Hello, my name is Abi Jakubovic, and I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I just wanted to tell the honorable board members that before you make a decision on the reinstatement of William Ladson, I would encourage you to consider how you would react if instead of emailing a parent, I cannot say that the Holocaust is a factual, historical event, he had instead said to the parent, I cannot say that slavery in America or the African apartheid or any other human tragedy in history was factual. How would you react in that case? I think the decision should be obvious that anybody who is unable to say that a historical tragedy such as the Holocaust or slavery or African apartheid or any other injustice throughout history is not factual, such a person does not belong in a position of educating our next generation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Aaron Strassman, calling from Florida. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2 of the reinstating of William Ladson to principal of Spanish River High School. My brother-in-law is an alum of the school, and I'm Jewish, so this is a very personal subject for me. My grandmother was one of 9 children, and she was the only survivor of the Holocaust. My family would have been infinite times larger than it is had it not been for the Holocaust. And it's affected, my life and my family's life in, so many ways that I don't even understand. Yeah, having a principal that outright, denies the Holocaust or accepts the denial of the Holocaust is straight up offensive and anti-Semitic. And reinstating him is just showing that you're okay with this type of belief. So if you believe yourself to not be filled with hate towards the Jewish people, then I would urge you to remove William Ladson as the principal of Spanish River High School. Thank you.
This is Mrs. Zelda Malevich. My husband Paul and I are absolutely appalled that you would consider hiring back a Holocaust denier as a principal in a. Mr. Ladson must be let go and reprimanded and have no benefits whatsoever. Please do not rehire a Holocaust denier. It is unacceptable, it's unethical, and it's immoral. Thank you.
Philip Stern, Lake Worth. I have been following the Ladson issue, and I understand you are agendering a reconsideration of his firing. As a former school board member in New York, having dealt with the same situation of a Holocaust denier in the classroom teaching, I am not sympathetic with rehiring him. His conduct, it was unprofessional. I don't believe the story he told, and there were many ways he could have handled this without denying the fact that the Holocaust indeed happened and was a fact. I do not believe he should be in the school system, either in an administrative capacity or teaching children. It is a improper use of his authority and shows a total lack of education and or ability to appreciate the impact denying the Holocaust has on thousands and thousands of people, indeed hundreds of thousands. I'm not in favor of his being rehired.
Yes, this is Joyce Lyons, and I wish I could be there, but I'm unable to do that. Please rescind your decision to rehire the Holocaust denier, William Ladson. for all the people of Florida, for the good of all the people and for the good of our children. We don't need people like that working in our schools. Thank you very much for listening.
My name is Marjorie Konigsberg. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I am calling to strongly encourage the school board to please reconsider the rehiring of William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal, to any position in a Palm Beach County school. I find, as a daughter-in-law of Holocaust survivors who lived through horrendous and totally devastating experiences, and having heard so many of them, I can only say that anybody who thinks whether the Holocaust exists or not is a matter of opinion certainly does not deserve to be educating our children. I believe it is Florida law that children are taught about the Holocaust as well as other issues in our history, and I strongly urge you to consider not having him as a faculty member. Bad enough that he got back pay, but I do not think he deserves to work for Palm Beach County or any other school for that matter, but I urge you to vote against his rehiring. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Kevin Ryan, and I was a little bit surprised and shocked to hear that you are reinstating a principal who, in fact, once denied the Holocaust, the brutal murder, which is an understatement, of 6 million Jews, gas chambers, shot dead cold. And for a person to deny that is completely 100 million% anti-Semitism. It's an embarrassment that the person didn't even have to apologize or take back his statements. Somebody who puts that into question is 100% anti-Semitism. And if you stand for anti-Semitism in a school that is wrong, 100% this person should not be reinstated as a principal, as a leader of an institution. It is an embarrassment to your school, to the school board. The fact that most, if not majority, of Holocaust survivors nowadays, whoever is still alive, with the numbers on their arms, live right near your county, and for you to have somebody in charge of your institution to be able to have them in charge and say, oh, well, you went through those numbers on your arm, those aren't true. Really? That's an embarrassment, and I feel that this should be immediate action should be taken, and this person should be fired. I don't know whatever word you want to call it, but it is an embarrassment to have a person who could deny the brutal murder and catastrophe of 6 million Jews only 70, 75 years ago. This is really to a whole new level, and to reinstate him without having to apologize. Please reconsider, and please either make him apologize or you cannot have him back in your school, because again, denying the Holocaust is anti-Semitism.
Yes, my name is Bonnie Licker, and I'm calling on agenda item BRD2, that's B like bird, R like Robert, D like dog, 2, that William Latson should not be reinstated into this school district, nor any school district. Anyone that does not believe in proven facts should not be allowed into our school board system. We are relying on you to do your due diligence and pick individuals that are going to represent the world as it is. Thank you very much. Please remove William Latson from our Spanish River School forever. It is very wrong what he did, and he has not still stepped up to the plate. Please remove him.
Hello, my name is Dr. Alan Leroy, L-E, capital R-O-Y. I'm calling in regard to agenda item BRD2 concerning the firing of William Latson and the reconsideration of his recent rehiring. I cannot believe that the board rehired someone who, to this date, almost a year and a half after the initial incident, still refuses to state unequivocally that the Holocaust occurred. I don't understand how we can have someone like that on our faculty or school board staff. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Joan Gutman, and I live in Florida. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. This is a blight on Palm Beach County and a blight on all of us if William Latson is going to be reinstated in the Spanish River High School school system, or any place else in the school system in Florida. He does not belong there, and it is shameful, absolutely shameful, that he should be reinstated.
My name is Robert Ensign. I live in Jupiter, Florida, and I'm calling about the non-agenda item, or what I will refer to as the revote on the principal of the high school in Boca Raton. The thought that the school board would consider reinstating a gentleman who denies the Holocaust and speaks of that openly is abhorrent. And as responsible public servants, we need to have you reconsider the situation and act accordingly. I'm certain I'm not the only caller, and I'm sure that you've heard this viewpoint over and over again. And I am not alone, and I will say this to you. I vote in Palm Beach County, and I will say to you now that anyone who votes for the reinstatement will certainly not get my vote when they run for re-election. As a matter of fact, I will support whoever their opponent may be. I thank you for your consideration. I'm sorry if I've gone off on a deep end here, but I think common sense says that we can't have people in the public employ who speak in such terms about any group. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Ann Slokowski. I'm from New York. I'm calling on behalf of myself, my father, Moses Freed, who is a Holocaust survivor, with a number on his arm from Auschwitz, who lives in Miami Beach, and my mom, who is currently residing in Fort Lauderdale. I'm calling on agenda BRD2. Latson should not be reinstated for saying the Holocaust is not a fact. It is a fact, and my father lived through it, and he could prove it and testify to it. His family was torn apart. He lost his parents, all his family, 5 siblings. And for a man to say this did not happen, it is terrible. This man should be forced to visit the camps in Auschwitz, go to Yad Vashem in Washington, and then possibly if he makes amends and he realizes his error ways, then consider reinstating him. But until he says that the Holocaust is a fact, he should not. If there was any other thing in history that he was saying didn't happen, he would be out. If someone said, oh, slavery didn't happen, he would be out. Oh, if the Vietnam War didn't happen, he would be out. But because it's Jews and the Holocaust, people don't seem to care, and this man should not be reinstated. Thank you for hearing me out. Have a good day.
Hello, I'm calling on agenda item BRD2. I would like to state that I'm very upset with the reinstatement of the principal who had made the comments that he did to the parent about education and the Holocaust. Denying of the Holocaust is a very dangerous thing. I, as a child of Holocaust survivors, find it very offensive that, and I am an educator too, and I find it very offensive that education about the Holocaust isn't considered something that needs to be done all the time as part of history, because it is history. And to have a principal come out and say that he can't speak to it and tries to cover himself with the school saying that, well, this is not policy with the school, is really outrageous. It's outrageous that our children are not learning about the Holocaust. It's outrageous that if this gentleman, this principal, was not informed enough about the Holocaust, that he didn't educate himself once the parent brought it up so that he could speak to it with some intelligence. It's offensive to the 6 million that died, who were butchered, who were humiliated, who were starved, who were beaten, who were enslaved. We're talking about genocide that wasn't so long ago. Many are still alive who have suffered by the hands of the Nazis. And it's degrading to them, and they've suffered enough, and it's degrading to all the people that didn't survive, the babies that were brought in and smothered and killed and gassed and butchered, and what Mengele did to them. This gentleman, who's supposed to be an educator, has no right to be part of the educational system, because if he doesn't know of something that a parent brings up or a child, that's fine. You educate yourself. That's what an educated person does. But to go out and completely dismiss it as if, well, not everybody believes in it, that is not education. That's a Holocaust denier. That is an insult to the intelligence of the educational community. And this man has no right to be part of educating our children for the future. Please do not reinstate him. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jacob Kupieski. I'm calling in reference to agenda item BRD 2. I'm calling specifically to encourage the board to reimpose the termination of William Watson, the Spanish River High School principal, specifically before his failure to acknowledge that the Holocaust happened. This is a well-known fact with lots of documentation, with lots of Holocaust survivors that live in, around, and nearby to the high school. I would ask that the school board confirm his termination and make sure that he is not eligible for reapplication. Thank you.
My name is Susan Benson, Jupiter, Florida, and we cannot allow, this is board item agenda BRD2. We cannot allow William Larson, principal of Spanish River High School, to remain in this position. To publicly deny the Holocaust and to remain unapologetic is allowing an anti-Semitic person to be influencing the children and staff at his school. We cannot change someone's beliefs, but we can prevent him from falsely influencing children in his charge. Remove him from this post immediately. Thank you. Susan Benson, Jupiter, Florida.
Yes, this is Hillary Mendelson. I'm calling in reference to BRD2. I think it's horrifying that a principal at Spanish River has any doubts about the existence of the Holocaust. I think he needs Holocaust education as soon as possible. It is the most documented genocide ever. Please do not reinstate him.
Hello. Good evening or good afternoon. My name is Jordan Lustman. I am calling from the Middle East. I currently sit in my apartment in Israel. I am not a resident or not a former resident of Florida. I am, however, a legal resident of the United States of America, and therefore I feel it is my duty to speak up when necessary. I understand that on the agenda is the case of a man named William Latson, former principal, or Spanish River High School principal, who was dismissed of his duties upon denying the Holocaust. Once I heard of such a thing, once I heard that he might be reinstated, I figured it must come from a place of lack of understanding, not from ill intent. God forbid anybody has ill intent to whitewash the crimes of the Nazis, may their names be blotted out and forgotten forever. But I understand that it is the goal of the board to reinstate him. My family lost nearly all its members to the crimes and at the hands of the Nazis. Most of my family was killed in Treblinka. My grandfather spent time in Auschwitz. My grandmother in Bergen-Belsen. And to reinstate a man who has whitewashed the crimes of the Nazi regime is to be complicit in said whitewashing. And you might ask, so what do you care? What do you care? People are removed from job posts for one of two reasons, either as a punishment or because we don't believe that they are fit to serve in a public role. I believe that neither of these two reasons have been reconciled. William Latson has not expressed any remorse over his statements, and he, I don't believe as such, is fit to stand and serve in a public role educating the next generation. The issue with whitewashing is that we fail to remember the history which has driven us to be where we are today. Whitewashing the crimes of the Nazis allows for further crimes to be committed in line with the policies that the Nazis attempted to implement. Allowing Mr. William Latson to be reinstated as principal is a crime against the memory of those who perished and were murdered in the Holocaust. I would even argue that it is a crime against the future, for whitewashing the past is a failure to implement the lessons for the future. I wish not to incite Mr. Donald Fennoy. Please do not go through with this. Thank you.
My name is Linda Koff. I'm calling for agenda D like boy, R, D like David 2, for the firing of William Latson. How can someone ever deny the Holocaust never existed, such a horrific time in our world? And this is someone that's a principal and he's supposed to be teaching and be someone that our children are supposed to look up to. He definitely needs to be fired. And I hope this happens. This is horrific. Just horrific. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sammy Dweck. I live in Delray Beach. My son went to Spanish River High School. I'm calling with regards to agenda item BRD2. I vote that we do not reinstate Mr. Latson in any way possible. It's not a matter of being a Holocaust denier. As an educator, he should know very well that he can't comment and make such ridiculous statements that he is not aware if the Holocaust happened. If he doesn't know that it happened and he's not able to express himself, he shouldn't be in the business of giving education to young students. So my vote is for no on the reinstatement. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rabbi Adam Freiberg. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I would like to make my case that the firing of William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal, was completely justified, and I'm appalled at the fact that he is being considered to be reinstituted and rehired. You know, his comments regarding the Holocaust, that he can't state whether the Holocaust is a factual historical event, are appalling for any educator in the year 2020, really in any year in the last 75 years. You know, as the grandson of a survivor, I can't state with factual evidence that my grandmother and grandfather survived the atrocities of the Holocaust, that my great-grandparents were murdered by the Nazis during the Holocaust, and it is absurd that this individual, William Latson, is being considered to come back to be rehired as a Spanish River High School principal, or frankly as an educator anywhere in this great nation. And his firing by Superintendent Donald Fennoy was completely appropriate, and he should remain unemployed from the system and should not be an educator to any children anywhere. Thank you for your consideration.
My name is Karen Posner Mullen, and I thank you for this opportunity to direct some comments to the board about an incomprehensible decision to possibly reinstate William Latson as principal of Spanish River High School. The agenda item is BRD2, and he denies the Holocaust. How can you deny facts of history of which family members of mine were victims? My ancestry is from Poland, and there are many, many memoirs available, many survivors still who can tell many stories to Mr. Latson, and it seems just incomprehensible and tragic that you would have a Holocaust denier be a principal of a school in the United States of America. And I hope you will consider this very, very carefully and vote to not reinstate such a gentleman, and maybe ask him to have some schooling himself, some training, and to meet with people who've actually suffered. Thank you very much.
My name is Charlene Predmus. I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I am very much against reinstating William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal. He denies that the Holocaust existed, and this is very painful for us who knew people and know people now who have been in a concentration camp. Thank you very much. Do not reinstate William Latson. I am voting no.
My name is Abram Zwani, and I am calling about agenda item BRD2. It is inconceivable to me that your board reinstated the employee who said, quote, "I can't say the Holocaust is a factual historical event because I am not in a position to do so as a school district employee," unquote. This Holocaust denier should not be allowed to teach or in any way impact teaching. It is such Holocaust denial that promulgates continuing and increasing anti-Semitism and legitimizes baseless, unwarranted hatred of a certain minority in the population. It is divisive and demeaning to the millions of Holocaust survivors and their children. The statement is tantamount to stating that one cannot say that slavery in the United States is a factual historical event because they are not in a position to do so as a school district employee. Would that be an acceptable statement to make, or would it be grounds for immediate and permanent dismissal? This is no different. The existence of the Holocaust is an undeniable fact of history. In other countries, Holocaust denial is illegal and subject to judicial punishment. My parents were Holocaust survivors, and I can assure everyone that the Holocaust occurred. It is personally incredibly painful to hear that today, only 75 years later, the Holocaust is being denied when there are still survivors alive able to testify to its factual existence, not to mention the legacy of survivor testimony and physical evidence that's available. This is a purely hate-filled anti-Semitic remark. It must be treated as such, and someone in a position of public trust, charged with teaching our children who make such a statement, cannot be reinstated in Palm Beach, nor should be allowed to have any dealings with education. It is an insult to the people of Palm Beach County, the United States, and all people everywhere, an affront to billions, a gross distortion of factual history, and such attitudes contribute to a decline in the quality of education that all children desperately need. Such behavior must be punished, not tolerated and encouraged. Once you tread on the slippery slope, it is only a matter of time until you hit rock bottom, and reinstatement is perilously close to rock bottom of rewarding deniers of inconvenient historical truths. Thank you for listening.
thank you for the opportunity to address the board regarding agenda item BRD2. My name is Elliot Alfling. I'm a resident of Boca, and I was very dismayed to hear about the rehiring of William Latson to resume his role as principal at Spanish River. Anything that attempts to downplay or mitigate the tragedy of the Holocaust is an affront not only to history, but to the survivors, many of whom still live in the greater Boca Raton area. My mother-in-law, Esther Roth, for many years lived at Century Village of Boca. She survived the horrors of the Holocaust, but endured the loss of her parents and several siblings. It was a pain that she carried with her throughout all the ensuing years until, sadly, she passed away in her 90s just a few months ago. I speak for her when I ask the board to reconsider this decision of rehiring the principal. That someone like this, with this type of view, should not be in a position to educate children as to what happened during that dark time, not only the history of the Jewish people, but in the history of the world. That I encourage Principal Latson to meet, to speak with survivors. They could tell them firsthand what they went through. This period of history, despite the efforts of revisionists and anti-Semites, this period should never be forgotten. But again, I ask the board to please reconsider and to reject anti-Semitism, to reject history revisionism, and to fire Principal Latson, make sure that he no longer can operate in any type of educational capacity or he would have the opportunity to have any influence on the next generation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sherry Bardos. I am calling in regards to BRD2. I would like to vote no for reinstating William Latson. My grandparents are both survivors of the Holocaust. My paternal grandparents, they come from Poland. And throughout my entire life, I've heard their stories of their experiences, and it's something that everybody needs to understand.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Landau, and I am calling in regards to agenda item BRD2. I am calling as a granddaughter of a Holocaust survivor. I am completely enraged and angry that William Latson will even be given the opportunity to have his job back. It's absolutely inconceivable to me. He is an anti-Semite. Anyone that denies the Holocaust, that is anti-Semitism. To have him even in a public position or educating our children is absolutely just inconceivable. I demand that the board reconsider their position. He has proven that he is not open-minded nor fit to work in the Palm Beach County school system or any school system for that matter. His words were shameful and disgusting, and how insulting to the 6 million souls who lost their lives and to the people who lost entire families. I strongly urge the board to rethink their decision on this agenda item. Thank you for your time.
This is Michael Slomka regarding agenda item BRD2. It appears that if indeed William Latson is a Holocaust denier, he is acting out of sheer hate, ignorance, or extreme prejudice, My position is that there is enough firm evidence to support the Holocaust as a horrific event, period. As such, we cannot afford to have anyone who is hateful, prejudiced, or ignorant in the position of a school principal. He should not be renewed.
My name is Gary Fixell, F as in Frank, I-X-E-L. I'm a resident of Palm Beach County, and I'm calling about agenda item BRD2. I do not want Principal William Latson reinstated. I'm outraged that this is even being considered. Thank you.
Hi, this is Rabbi Yehuda Potok calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I want to know how William Latson, an individual who denies the Holocaust as factual, can be allowed to be in a position of education. Would Palm Beach County be reinstating him if he denied as historical fact black slavery or Japanese internment camps? How is it that in the 21st century in the United States of America, we can still allow for such dangerous lies to be spread in our public school system? I beseech you to please vote no to his reinstatement. Thank you.
I'm calling about agenda BRD2, and I'm calling because I believe reinstating Principal William Latson is a travesty of justice, and I'd like to thank the board members who have had the courage to vote against the reinstatement of this despicable man and educator, and he should not be allowed to reiterate his thoughts that are not true to our school children. They're under enough pressure now with all the pandemic and all the political unrest, and to have this man deny the Holocaust is abhorrent, and Palm Beach County school system should not allow that. I hope that you have are kind and realize this and will not allow it to happen. Thank you very much. I'm Susan Rosenbaum.
This is Rosemary Cantor. I am talking about the board issue, agenda item number 2, William Latson. And I'd like you to know that I am the daughter of 2 Holocaust survivors that have been in this country since 1949. And the reason we have Holocaust education is so there are no Holocaust deniers. And anyone that says that it is up for grabs and it is not a proven issue has no business teaching our children historical facts that are untrue. So I am very much against William Latson being put in any kind of a position teaching our students. He has no business doing so. People know historical facts, and people should not be denying historical facts. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2. My name is Susie Annis. I am a Holocaust survivor, and I cannot believe that in this day and age of 2020, you would permit Mr. William Latson of the Spanish River High School principal to continue educating our children. Having survived, I am in complete shock that this could be considered today in the Palm Beach area. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Sharon Goodhart from Delray, and I just want to express my disgust at the fact that the principal, William Latson,
has been reinstated. I just think that it's a travesty, and it not only makes our communities here look bad, but it's a horrible message to send to our youth. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Avramal Caroline. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2, the reconsideration of the firing of the Spanish River High School principal, William Ladson. Mr. Ladson publicly denied the Holocaust. He, to my understanding, remains unapologetic. That is something that is absolutely it's not negotiable, it's not controversial. It's straight up anti-Semitism, it's straight up bias, prejudice, and it, in our country, all across our country, is actually culminating in actual violence. It's the type of thing that really there's really no room to consider keeping such a person in charge of any public position, certainly not one that involves educating our next generation. So I'd like to add my name to the, I'm sure, long list of people that believe that Mr. Ladson should remain fired from his position. He should never be considered for any position of education, or as a matter of fact, any position that involves that is relevant to his ahistoric and ridiculously oppressive views. Thank you for listening.
This is Rosemary Cantor. I am talking about the board issue, agenda item number 2, William Ladson. And I'd like you to know that I am the daughter of 2 Holocaust survivors that have been in this country since 1949. And the reason we have Holocaust education is so there are no Holocaust deniers. And anyone that says that it is up for grabs and it is not a proven issue has no business teaching our children historical facts that are untrue. So I am very much against William Ladson being put in any kind of a position teaching our students. He has no business doing so. People know historical facts, and people should not be denying historical facts. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
This is David Square. I'm a resident of Florida. I'm disturbed by the prospect of the school rehiring William Ladson, the former principal of the Spanish River High School in Boca Raton. His comments on the Holocaust are totally unacceptable. It shows total ignorance. His denial outrageous, and denial of the Holocaust are outrageous. And it would, if you rehire him, it would serve as a precedent for all other Holocaust denier, and there are many of them. So I urge you to seriously consider not hiring him. His comments are totally reprehensible. Thank you, and have a good meeting on the 21st of October. Thanks. Bye.
My name is Stanley Margulies. I urge the school board to rescind its very, very wrong decision about rehiring William Ladson, a Holocaust denier. The board's rehiring Ladson is wrong. It sends students and their families a very wrong and misleading message. A message that Holocaust denial and other forms of anti-Semitism are excused and accepted by the Palm Beach County School Board, which I know is not correct. Therefore, I urge the Palm Beach County School Board to rescind its decision and not to rehire William Ladson. He is a Holocaust denier and a very, very wrong person to have in the capacity to which he has been rehired. Please make the correct decision. Thank you.
I just wanted to express my feeling about this principal Spanish reader, William Latson. He should not be hired. He's anti-Semitic, and he's a total idiot claiming that he's a Holocaust denier. Should not be hired again.
Hello, my name is Michelle Myers from New Jersey, and I'm a long-term Holocaust educator. I am outraged that William Latson is being considered to be rehired after stating that he can't say that the Holocaust is a factual historical event. Okay. This is the most documented genocide in the history of mankind. I would recommend that this man is fired and not have the opportunity to influence young people. Many of us are working so hard to teach our children about the consequences of hate and bigotry, okay? And then to hear an educator state that it's not factual historical event because he's not in a position to do so as a school district employee is just egregious. This man needs to go to the camps. He needs to talk to survivors, okay? I know so many. I've seen so many families, second generation, third generation, whose families are still touched horribly, impacted horribly by the consequences of the Holocaust. 6 million Jews and 5 million other people that were murdered. So as one Holocaust survivor said to my students when they said, how do you feel when someone denies the Holocaust? And he stood there shaking, almost in tears, saying, where's my mother? Where's my grandparents? Where's my cousins? Where's my aunts? Where's my uncle? Where did they go? So that's the question. Where did those 11 million people go? This man must go. He has no right whatsoever to be an educator, no right whatsoever to impact young minds in any way. Thank you.
This is Gary Krasna. I'm calling regarding agenda item B as in boy, R as in Robert, D as in David 2. I wanted to express my concern regarding the rehiring of William Latson, a Holocaust denier, and urge the school board not to reinstate him. Thank you for your time and attention.
Hello, my name is Rhea Harris. I live in Palm Beach Gardens, and I'm calling on item number BRD2 and talking about William Latson, that he should not be rehired or have any kind of position. He is a disgrace to the 6 million Jews who were lost during the Holocaust. For him to say it's not proven, for him to say what he said is unacceptable. We as Jews are having so much anti-Semitism thrown at us that this is just one more stone. So please, dear members, think seriously about having this man dismissed. And I don't care that he has his $152,000. That's not a problem. It's the fact that he needs to be shown as a disgrace. Thank you for hearing me. Bye.
Hi, this is Jennifer Feinstein. I'm calling about Agenda BRD2 and the reevaluation of the decision to reinstate the Holocaust denier, Principal William Latson. And I hope you please do reevaluate that decision and do not reinstate him. Thank you very much for those who have the courage to vote against his reinstatement. Bye now.
Hello, my name is Jerry Lickstein. I'm referring to agenda item BRD2. It's unconscionable for William Latson to be restored to the school system in Palm Beach County. He's not an uneducated person. He was a high school principal. To deny the reality of the Holocaust puts him in the category of a Holocaust denier, all of whom are anti-Semitic people. I would hope that the school board would reconsider their decision to put him back onto the active roster for people working in the school system, and to give him all the back pay. He hasn't shown the least bit of contrition, and therefore he doesn't deserve any consideration to be reinstated. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sandra Lilienthal, and I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I want to ask the school board to consider not reinstating a principal who denies the Holocaust could have existed, or that it is not something that should educate our children. We live in a time of a lot of anti-Semitism, a lot of issues of race, of divisiveness, of one people against the other, and inciting in any way our children to believe that it is okay to go after a specific group of people, whether they are African Americans, Asians, Jews, Muslims, or anything, is just not what I expect our state and our county to do. We really, really hope that the school board members would consider not reinstating a Holocaust denier as a principal of a school in Palm Beach County. I thank you very, very much for considering this very seriously. The education of our children and the future of our nation is in the hands of those who teach. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Deborah Herman. I am a psychoanalyst seeing children and family here in Boca Raton. I'm calling regarding BRD2, William Latson, his review of being reinstated. I would like to say that an educator in this day and age, in 2020, needs to be aware of facts and history. And it is not a position for someone who denies that there was a Holocaust and has Holocaust survivors still alive and records and history. This is an important position. I don't think anyone who believes this should be at any way in a position of education and authority, particularly in a school district such as ours that is predominantly multicultural and of Jewish descent. And there is a...
This comment is for BRD2. My name is George Davis. I'm 87 years old, and it's hard for me to comprehend that after 70 years, people are still denying the existence of the Holocaust. It seems to me that most of the people that deny it were never around at that point. So all it is one story being told and to another and to another and to another, and it's passed on that way as if the whole situation, the whole existence of the Holocaust never existed. It's hard for me to believe that this could happen in the academic environment. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yitz Fareed. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. Please do not reinstate William Latson, the Holocaust denier principal. Such a person should never be involved in the education of anybody, let alone children. Thank you.
My name is Rena Lazarus. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I definitely object for the reinstatement of the Holocaust denier who it was fired, and they'd like to reinstate him. I just don't think that such a thing should exist today in the state of Florida in the United States. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Diane Landsberg. I live in Palm Beach County. My daughters both attend Palm Beach County schools, and I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I am just absolutely shocked, disgusted, and frankly a little saddened that Principal William Latson has been allowed back into the Palm Beach school system. I've had several family members perish in the Holocaust, and my daughters are extremely sensitive to anything Holocaust related, and we are all just really sitting here with jaws to the ground. Please reverse this, make this right so that I can explain to my daughters that actions have consequences and that their sadness is not in vain. Thank you again. I hope that this matter gets taken care of, and we must never forget the Holocaust, ever. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Bernard Kamenetsky. I'm calling with regard to agenda item BRD2. I am a Palm Beach County resident. I urge you to vote no on the reinstatement of William Latson. His continued presence would be an affront to the Jewish community, an insult to the Jewish community. We all know that if anyone questioned the historical fact which impacted another ethnic group, it would be unconscionable and unacceptable. There's no reason it shouldn't be the same for the Jewish community. Please vote no in reinstating this ignorant man, insensitive man, and insulting man. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Moshe Gens. I'm a second-generation survivor. I grew up without grandparents, without uncles or aunts. My sister was murdered in the Kovno ghetto. Most of my family was killed during the Holocaust. If the Holocaust did not happen, then why did we have the Nuremberg trials? Why Eichmann was prosecuted? I'm very surprised that the principal that is supposed to is educating right now my grandchildren, can say that there's no fact that the Holocaust did take place. I wish that the school board, what I recommend for the school board, and all the people that are willing to contribute, is to send that principal to Europe, to Germany, to see Auschwitz, Majdanek, all the camps, and see what took place in Europe, and then come back and say there are no facts that sustain the idea that the Holocaust did take place. If we can say that, then we can deny that slavery took place. We can deny other genocide that took place. So, again, I would like to say, if that's the view of a principal, he has no right and is not qualified to educate the future generations by trying to teach that there is no place for hate in our society. And people should respect each other and know the facts, especially when they are educated. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Sarah Hoffman. I'm calling regarding the BRD2 school board agenda. William Latson does not deserve to have anything to do with young minds. Both of my parents were Holocaust survivors. They are gone and can no longer stand up for themselves. I'm a second-generation survivor and must speak for them. Soon there will be no one left who witnessed this blight on humanity. Anyone who denies the Holocaust is not interested in the facts and is blatantly anti-Semitic. He does not deserve to be a principal and should not be reinstated in any capacity.
Yes, my name is Sarah Stern. I live in Lake Worth, Florida, and I'm calling regarding the principal reinstatement and rehiring William Latson, and I'm voting against his being rehiring, against his receiving back pay, and against his working anywhere in Palm Beach County school system with the board or with students. It is just incomprehensible that this kind of comment of denying the Holocaust could be prevalent and present in the Palm Beach County School. It is just unconscionable that this kind of educator is permitted to roam the halls and influence students. That's exactly the position of an educator. That's exactly what an educator should do. And this gentleman has no right to be in the school system whatsoever, nor should the school board be responsible to reimburse him for one penny. And I'm hoping that the board members will vote appropriately and stand up to the administrative lawyer who made this decision. It is a slap in the face and an injury to all of the Holocaust victims, the Jews that were lost in the Holocaust, as well as blacks and Romans and Soviets. But in particular, it is an injurious insult to Holocaust survivors that are still here in Palm Beach County. And if anything, William Latson should be remorseful. And if he really wants to learn about the Holocaust Museum, he should fly to Washington, D.C. or to the Holocaust Museum in Dania Beach and learn more about the truth and the historical documentation of the greatest tragedy to the Jewish people, the Holocaust. And that's why I'm calling Sarah Stern, Lake Worth, Florida. Please do not reinstate William Latson.
Hello, I'm calling about agenda item number BRD as in dog 2. I wanted to talk about the Spanish River principal that was fired and then apparently has been able to get his job back. You know, here in Palm Beach County, we need to make sure that we don't have Holocaust deniers influencing the minds of our young children. And it seems that we have allowed a Holocaust denier to sneak into a leadership role in Palm Beach schools. The biggest issue here is not only is this person in a leadership role leading children, but South Palm Beach has the highest number of Jews per population outside of New York and Israel, of course. So in the very hotbed of where a lot of Holocaust survivors and their children and their children's children live, amongst us we have a Holocaust denier. I don't understand how the board or how anyone can think that that's okay. Please have this person removed, William Latson, removed from being able to influence or teach any of our children. Thank you.
Hi, this is Toba Auerbach calling. I'm calling on agenda topic BRD2 in strong opposition to the reinstatement of former Spanish River High School principal William Latson, as he does not believe that the Holocaust is a historical fact. Civil rights activists have worked so hard and continue to work in the United States to promote the rights and freedoms of those who have been historically abused and taken advantage of. The current climate of protest in this country is a testimony to this work in progress. By disputing the atrocities against millions of Jews, gays, gypsies, and other minorities during the Holocaust that are not historical facts, Mr. Latson sets a very poor example for not only his colleagues and subordinates, most important for his students. Studying history is crucial to helping students develop the awareness, knowledge, and skills to reduce injustices that exist in the United States and around the globe. Denial is the most common psychological defense, and in this case, the stakes are just too high. We all know that history repeats itself when we fail to recognize and learn from the past. Thank you for taking the time to listen to the message, and as a resident of Palm Beach County and Boca Raton, I share the common goal of raising the next generation of citizens with the critical thinking skills and personal values to make this world a better place.
My name is Lois Bromberg, and I'm calling about agenda item BRD2, and I am infuriated about this William Latson, who is denying the Holocaust ever happened.
he should go and he should meet and he should speak to these people, and this should be a part of the curriculum, and see and hear these stories that these people have to tell. Thank you.
Regarding agenda item BRD2, my name is Susan Gerspan, and I am a resident of Palm Beach County. I am calling to strongly oppose the reinstatement of Mr. William Latson to any position of educational leadership in Palm Beach County and to giving him back pay. Stating that he cannot say the Holocaust is a factual event is outrageous. Jews are survivors of the Holocaust directly or indirectly and are forever changed by the mass murder committed by the Nazis and their collaborators during World War II. My maternal and paternal grandparents lost many family members who were brutalized and killed in the city streets, taken to concentration camps, cruelly experimented upon and or murdered. My siblings, cousins, and I proudly carry their names. Even those who escaped physically were scarred for life, and all descendants of victims and survivors carry the torch for future generations, vowing to never forget what was done to our people by the murderers themselves and by those complicit who stood idly by and denied the reality they knew. For many years, I worked as an educator and Holocaust curriculum developer. Students, staff, and parents met many Holocaust survivors who shared with great pain their unimaginable suffering that caused open wounds that have never healed. But their goal was and still is to ensure that the truth, the facts, be told. As a people, we vow to never collaborate with evil or to be swayed to turn a blind eye. This is why it is a principle in our lives to make sure that the Holocaust is never forgotten. Yet a principal here in Florida, William Latson, denied that the Holocaust occurred by stating, quote, "I can't say the Holocaust is a factual historical event because I am not in a position to do so as a school district employee," end quote. Since when is a school district employee prohibited from acknowledging historical facts? Would he also have said that as a school employee he cannot say that slavery is a factual historical event? Would he say that as a school employee, parents and students should decide for themselves if the 9/11 attacks occurred? Our children rely on us to provide them with data so that they can learn about the world. Facts are data. Opinions are encouraged, but denying facts is unacceptable. Mr. Latson's lack of remorse when faced with the severe backlash to his ignorant and divisive words was and is offensive. Thousands of students have heard firsthand from Holocaust survivors. How can William Latson be reinstated to an educational position of leadership after tarnishing the memory of those who perished and by denying the Holocaust and mocking the legacy of survivors? That the Holocaust happened is not up for debate. His statements deeply affect the minds of children and adults alike. His denial desecrates the memory of 6 million Jews who were slaughtered simply because they were Jewish. And not all victims were Jews, but all Jews were victims. Please make the right decision for the benefit of our children and greater community and vote no on BRD2.
Yes, good morning. My name is Alan Linker. The agenda item is BRD2, referring to the regard of the reinstating of Mr. William Latson. I am a child of Holocaust survivors. My father was in the Holocaust as well as both my in-laws, and we would appreciate being reconsidered that Mr. Latson does not become the principal again at the Spanish River High School, and we don't feel that would be appropriate. I appreciate your time and everything that you're doing, and thank you so much. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
My name is Julie Bodnick. I'm calling about BRD2. Please vote no to reinstate.
Good morning. My name is Hadassah Aryeh. I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2 regarding a teacher who was fired for denying the Holocaust. I am completely supportive of a decision to fire by the superintendent to fire a teacher that denies the Holocaust. He's denying the facts of history. I myself am a grandchild of Holocaust survivors. My grandmother has lost her entire family, parents, brothers, sisters, cousins, nieces, nephews, aunts, and uncles. My grandfather was a survivor of a few members of his family. 6 million people died in this vicious, horrible, murderous Holocaust. For anybody
to have the indecency and the gall of denying the facts of history does not deserve to be a teacher in our school system. We are living in the United States of America, in our democracy. To have a teacher that can actually be paid to deny the Holocaust is an unbelievable disgrace. I am calling to support the decision of the superintendent to fire him and to implore the rest of the board to reinstate that decision to keep this teacher out of our school system. Thank you. I really hope you do the right thing.
Simon Goldberg, this is regarding BRD2. I think it is completely unconscionable that you would consider reinstating a teacher who refuses to acknowledge that the Holocaust in fact took place, and I urge you in the strongest possible terms to keep him away from the school system. Thank you.
My name is Susan G. After ACTER. I'm calling regarding item BRD number 2 against reinstatement. Thank you.
Hello, Sherry Hagler calling, 4101 Pine Tree Drive in Miami Beach, Florida. I am calling regarding the rehiring of William Lawson. He is not a satisfactory principal if he does not teach and enforce accurate history. The Holocaust did happen and must be taught accurately. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, this is Simone Congress calling. I'm a resident of Boca Raton, Florida, and I am calling in regards to Agenda BRD2, the reinstatement of William Latson, who does not, cannot with certainty state that the Holocaust happened and is a historical fact. He should definitely not be rehired to the Palm Beach County Board as an educator or anything to do with the school system. He is a Holocaust denier, and he should not be allowed to be part of the Palm Beach County school system. And that is my comment. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Kate English. I'm calling from Arlington, Virginia on behalf of the Educators Institute for Human Rights. I'm an 18-year classroom veteran and a museum teacher fellow with the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. I'm calling to express my dismay at the rehiring of Dr. William Latson as superintendent for your school district. My concern is that I have seen no evidence that Mr. Latson has taken any effort to learn more about Holocaust history in an effort to come to an understanding that those events are factual, they are without repudiation in legal courts of law, and that his actions only incite and further denial of the Holocaust, but also perpetuate a pattern of denial of genocide throughout history. It's irresponsible for an educational leader not to do due diligence and make sure that they're reporting facts. To hide behind his position as a school board member to suggest that he's not responsible for delivering facts is absurd. And again, my main concern is that as you're considering his rehire, there seems to be no evidence that that position has changed. I appreciate your time and consideration, particularly since I'm calling from out of state, and hope that you will take these comments into consideration.
Hi there, this is Kara Katz calling regarding agenda item BRD2, voting against reinstating Mr. Latson.
BRDE. I support the firing of Principal Latson for his not being aware of the Holocaust and the horrors that it contributed to the world. I do not feel he should get any back pay or anything. I feel like he should learn about the Holocaust. Thank you. Carol Kahn.
Hi, this is now Wednesday, October 21st at 11:54 a.m. This is Shani Fruchter calling regarding agenda number BRD2. I encourage all to vote for the firing of William Lawson, the former Spanish River High School principal who is a known Holocaust denier, as a descendant of those who were slaughtered during the Holocaust. I think it is a horrific message that we are sending to today's youth that their principal deny one of the worst genocides in modern history. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Simon Mirsky. I'm calling from Boca Raton, Florida, regarding agenda item BRD2, the vote for the reinstatement of William Latson as principal. I think it is reprehensible that this is even up for debate. This canonized notion of the Holocaust as a grim, recent reality should not even come up in discussion. If this was any other item regarding any other group, whether, for instance, slavery was a reality or anything to that effect, that wouldn't even be entertained in a discussion, and probably with much more dangerous repercussions in the streets. This is something that should not be up for debate. Certainly somebody who can affect children's minds, this is just, it's a poisonous element, and absolutely he should not be reinstated. This is not the job for him. I wouldn't want him anywhere near my children or your children, and I really don't have anything else to say. I didn't prepare my statement, but that's what I feel. Please vote no. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tamara Levin Golden, and I am the grandchild of 4 Holocaust survivors. I'm calling regarding the Palm Beach Board of Education revote today regarding the firing of William Latson, who is a Holocaust denier. This is agenda item BRD2. I, along with my entire family, extended family as well, am extremely opposed to the rehiring of this principal. What he did by protecting the Holocaust denial parents and students is completely discrimination. This is a slap in the face to all Holocaust victims, and we cannot allow for anti-Semitism and discrimination to take place in the school system of our children. The Holocaust is an incontestable, proven fact, and education about genocide as a whole should be mandated in order for children to graduate high school. This is offensive, and it crosses the line. We do not agree with the judge's ruling and demand that Palm Beach County School District appeal this decision. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wendy Nissan. I'm calling in regarding board agenda item BRD2. My family, we live in the Palm Beach School District, and I'm calling with my sincere hope that you reconsider the firing of William Latson, Spanish River High School principal, who publicly denied the Holocaust and remains unapologetic. It is very important that you make a difference now, and that you keep him, that you fire him, and that you make sure that he is not employed in the Palm Beach School District. It is very important that you send a message to him and everyone in this country that this is not acceptable, and that this is not acceptable as an educator, and it is very important to all of us in this country that he is not allowed to be remained in our school district. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Cohen, and I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2 regarding the reinstating of the principal from Spanish River. I am the child of a Holocaust survivor, and I have been following this story from the very beginning. It could have been handled so much better from the beginning with a re-education of this principal and him taking some kind of accountability for his lack of education, which is hard to believe that a principal at a public school could rise to the rank of principal and not be educated to the facts of the Holocaust. So it shows a lacking on his part, a lacking on his education, a lacking on a system that doesn't continue to educate people on the Holocaust. I find it very offensive that he would be reinstated without fixing of any of the things that I've just said. He doesn't belong in the position of being in charge of a school and being in charge of the education of all these students without having an education on this topic himself. I hope you'll reconsider reinstating him. It's just very, very insulting. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Leela Mon. I live in Boca Raton. I am calling regarding the agenda item BRD2, and I vote no to reinstate William Latson, a former Spanish River High School principal, for being a Holocaust denier. A strong no. Thank you very much for giving me my voice, and have a great day.
Hello, this is Stephen Mon. I'm calling regarding agenda item number BRD2, and I'm requesting that you vote no, that you do not reinstate William Latson, the former high school principal from Spanish River High School. It's unacceptable, his behavior regarding Holocaust denial, that anybody should be affiliated with the education system with such, who's capable of saying or writing the things he did. It's just completely outrageous. So I'm encouraging you to vote no. I am from Boca Raton.
Hello, my name is Moises Behar. I am calling about agenda item BRD2. I am completely opposed to the rehiring of Principal William Latson. His comments regarding the Holocaust are the wrong message for our youth. The Holocaust is a fact. It's nothing to have an opinion about. The Holocaust happened. It was horrible. And the education department has a responsibility to abide by the curriculum and the ideas that were put together to teach the students this horrible, horrible event. This is a dishonor to all of the survivors of the Holocaust, and it is also a very bad choice not to teach this education to students, and he has violated the trust that we put on the principal when he did that. Please do not rehire Principal Latson. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Ariella Ives, and I would like to call in regards to agenda item BRD2. BRD2. I would like to explain that I think that those who are voting to reinstate Latson back, that should be no. There is no reason that someone who is denying Holocaust should be in the field of education. I am an educator. I teach high school students, and I am a descendant of Holocaust survivors, and I do not feel that we are educating our young in a way, teaching them the accurate parts of history. And we as educators have it our most priority to be those of who teach love and don't teach hate, who teach kindness and who perpetuate goodness. And to have an individual such as Latson in the field of education is an outright ridiculous act. Please vote no and get him on, and do not reinstate him as principal. Thank you and have a good day.
Hello, my name is Melissa Sherman, and I am calling about BRD2, and I would like my comment heard. that I think it is absurd, and I think the entire community of South Florida thinks it is absurd that someone would be reinstated that explicitly denies history, and that will be impacting an entire generation. Due to this, there is inference that the same person would deny slavery, and there is crazy race relations happening right now, among other historical known events, because when someone denies such evidence, as the Holocaust has, at a substantial level, there is no reason that anyone should have to infer further that they would deny other events that have similarly substantive evidence. Thank you.
Thank you for hearing our concerns. I'm calling from New York, and my name is Mrs. Hack. It is obvious that the moral imperative here is to keep an ignorant man far from the opportunity to educate our youth. That he has been supported merely to stave off further attacks by other anti-Semites, or to avoid incurring more legal fees, both which have been noted in articles that we have read all over the web, is beneath consideration of a moral panel. The message must be clear, as it long should have been, but has failed to be, that much to the obvious detriment of our society, Jew hatred in its many forms, from the small, nefarious ones to the really big ones, will not be tolerated at all, not even by failing to teach its history. We must turn the tides on what has been allowed because we thought it was harmless, or we thought that people wouldn't look at this situation, but we must look at this situation. Thank you very much for considering our comments. Again, I'm calling from New York, and I'm Mrs. Hack.
June DeMarco, BRD2. I find it unacceptable for someone to indicate the Holocaust was non-existent. A person who works for the school system should be apolitical and give information that is historically correct. Please reconsider your past decision.
Hello, my name is Robin Rosen, and I'm the mother of 2 Spanish River graduates and the grandmother of my grandchildren who are currently in the Palm Beach County schools. I'm calling about Agenda BRD2, and I'd like to thank the board members who had the courage to vote against the reinstatement of Principal Lawson. I believe you should revisit the decision, evaluate the decision to keep him on, as I do not think that being a Holocaust denier goes along with a school district that believes that Holocaust education should be required. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Yocheved Moreland Sanders, and I'm calling to support the firing of William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal, who is an alleged Holocaust denier. It's my opinion that anyone who would dare deny such an atrocious event in the history of our world should never hold a leadership position that could influence and affect our children and other people as well. So my opinion, I hope, will be followed by others who feel the same way and are proud to express that feeling. Hopefully, our plans to have this guy removed will happen speedily. and everyone will understand exactly why. Thank you very much. I look forward to hearing of his removal as soon as possible. I trust that the Board of Education in Palm Beach County will do the right thing. Shalom.
Hello, my name is Flora Goldsmith. I am calling about agenda item B as in boy, R, D as in David, 2. I don't understand how you can possibly allow a Holocaust denier to continue educating the next generation of Americans. My mother and uncle survived the concentration camps and managed to come to America where they worked hard and never asked for any government assistance. My grandparents, aunts, uncles, and extended family members were all murdered by the Nazis during the Holocaust. Maybe you should start hiring educators that say not everyone believes slavery existed in the United States and see what happens then. That would probably result in violent riots and protests across the nation, not just negative phone calls and emails. I hope you will reconsider your position and not reinstate him. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Lisa Stein, and I'm calling about agenda item BRD2. I do not think that Spanish River High School principal William Latson should be reinstated. I don't think you can not clearly acknowledge the Holocaust as a part of our history, and there is no denying that it is, a fact that happened, and there's really no ambiguity in it. And having family members that have lived through and some that have not lived through the Holocaust, I think it should be fully acknowledged and addressed by any person, especially anybody in academia. Thank you.
My name is Joanne Garfinkel. As a resident of Palm Beach County, I am calling to express my disgust that the Palm Beach Board of Education has acted egregiously in rehiring the Holocaust denier, the former principal of Spanish River, which is an agenda item. Surely the children, the families, the citizens of Palm Beach County deserve better from the board's decisions. I heartily endorse not rehiring William Latson to any position with the Palm Beach County Board of Education. Thank you.
My name is Eleanor Kovner. I'm calling in regarding the agenda item BRD2. I think it would be absolutely inconscionable to reconsider firing of William Latson. I think that he should be definitely fired, and the money given to him should be rescinded back to the school board.
My name is Karen Keene. I'm calling regarding the Palm Beach Board of Education revote today on Wednesday, October 21st, regarding the firing of William Latson, who's a Holocaust denier. This is agenda item BRD2. I'm extremely opposed to the rehiring of this principal. He's responsible for teaching our future generations about tolerance and caring for others and kindness in this world. Somebody who's in a position of such power cannot deny the innocent deaths of Jews. I am a Jewish person myself, and I would be extremely remiss if my children and other children across the United States are not taught the appropriate things having to do with world history. Please make the right decision for our students. Thank you.
Rachel Rose, Delray Beach, Florida.
vote no, agenda item BRD number 2, to not rehire Principal William Latson, Holocaust denier.
Yes, my name is Stan Barrig. I'm a resident of Boynton Beach in Palm Beach County, and I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2, which concerns the reconsideration of the firing of William Latson, Spanish River High School principal, over his comments, which tend to deny the Holocaust. It's appalling that a principal in our public school system could be so ignorant of history as to deny one of the most reliably accurate public crimes against humanity in the history of the planet. Also, Holocaust denial is a hallmark of anti-Semites, and I refuse to consider having a principal in the public school system be in his position if he's an anti-Semite. I urge the board to remove him immediately. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm calling about the agenda item BRD2. I am very upset that this is really going to be discussed again. I mean, how could any principal anybody be a Holocaust denier, and to teach children or to know that children may be hearing from him in one way or another is disgusting. It's terrible. Absolutely should not be a teacher nor a principal of any school. He's talking with kids, and they'll believe whatever they hear many times. It's what we all learned in school, and I'm an old lady, and I learned things that changed over the years also. Please vote absolutely not to rehire him. Thank you. My name is Ruth Tyler.
Hi, my name is Rachel Love. I'm calling on regarding agenda item BRD2. I don't believe that someone who's denying that the Holocaust even happened should be a principal, let alone an educator of a school. And thank you.
Hello, my name is Elliot Rosenthal. I live in Boca Raton. I am calling in regard to the item on today's agenda, BRD2, regarding the firing of the principal of Spanish River High, who refused to acknowledge the Holocaust as a historical fact. I am a descendant of Holocaust survivors. I have a grandfather living in New York who is still alive, who has numbers tattooed into his arm. If you would like to get a picture of that, just to have a historical proof that the Holocaust did indeed happen, I'd be happy to provide that. But the thought that the Holocaust did not happen, or that we could accept the opinion of anyone thinking such a thing, is absolutely unacceptable and absolutely should be fired. Any board member who also supports such a notion should be fired as well, as that is completely unacceptable, and I do not think that Palm Beach County should tolerate such a thing. Thank you. Have a good day.
Good morning. My name is Ruth Asman from Baltimore, Maryland. I'm calling in regards to agenda BRD2. It is absolutely criminal to hire back or reinstate a teacher who is a Holocaust denier. It happened. My parents are proof, not living. However, I can give you the numbers that were ingrained in their arm. This is a shameful thing if a teacher can deny the Holocaust. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nancy Horowitz. I'm calling about agenda item BRD2. That's Boy Red Doctor 2. I'm shocked and dismayed as a resident of Palm Beach County that it's possible that in this day and age you would allow a Holocaust denier to even be a custodian in a school. This is absolutely outrageous. And the fact that this man, William Latson, refused to say that the Holocaust happened is extremely dangerous. It's anti-Semitism in its worst. We need school leaders to take a strong stand against hatred, racism, xenophobia, and anti-Semitism. We do not need deniers. Please, please deny him his job, deny him even $1 of past pay. He's despicable. He espouses anti-Semitism, and I just wonder what would be the case if somebody refused to admit that black slavery ever happened, or that women should vote, or that prejudice against any group, Muslims, Catholics, Buddhists, Baptists, atheists, Jews, would be okay. This is absolutely outrageous. For starters, the fact that this man denied the Holocaust, aside from being incredibly anti-Semitic, it's just plain ignorant. We don't need ignorant school principals. We don't need ignorance at all, and you need to get rid of this guy permanently. And don't give him a job in another part of the school district. He needs to be OUT out. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Millie Kaplansky-Levin. I'm calling regarding the Palm Beach Board of Education revote today, Wednesday, October 21, 2020, regarding the firing of William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal, a Holocaust denier. This is agenda item BRD2. My father had a number on his arm. That is a fact that can't be denied. My father lost his entire family in the Holocaust. That is a fact that you can't deny. I and my entire family are opposed to the rehiring of this principal. As an educator, he's responsible to teach the facts, the history, and to teach our future generations about tolerance and caring for others. You cannot do so if you are denying the facts, which is the death of 6 million Jews, including hundreds of members of my family. The Holocaust is not only about fighting anti-Semitism. It should be taught in schools across the country to teach tolerance of all religions and races. This is a slap in the face to all Holocaust victims. Please do not allow anti-Semitism and discrimination to take hold in the school system. The Holocaust is an incontestable, proven fact. And education about genocide as a whole should be mandated to be able to graduate high schools. Please make the right decision for students. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Josh Schechter, a Palm Beach County resident, and I am calling regarding agenda item BR2D. Those who deny history are bound to repeat it, and I think it's time that we fire Mr. William Latson for his refusal to acknowledge the existence of the Holocaust. That is a tragedy and a crime, and he should not be an educator and in such a high position as a principal of a high school. Thank you for your time.
My name is Linda Landis from Tamarack, Florida. Agenda item BRD number 2. I am calling to ask you to vote no on the rehire of Principal Latson because as a Jewish person, denying the Holocaust is a very strong form of anti-Semitism. Palm Beach County has a very large Jewish population, and it's extremely insulting to the memory of the people who were murdered, along with not in the same way that we do Black Lives Matter. At some point in time, hopefully we'll do Jewish Lives Matter also and have a Jewish History Month. But for the time being, the Jewish history at least needs to be taught. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Ilana Scholar, and I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2, and regarding the rehiring of William Lapson. Do you believe that this should be a vote no, and should not be rehired, especially since he was a principal and his conduct was really inappropriate? So please vote no. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Harvey Bird. I'm phoning on the subject of reference number BRD2 with regard to the denial of the Holocaust, and would like to register my objection to this person and them to be reinstated as a member of the staff of the school. Thank you very much. Good day.
Hello, my name is Barbara Safe, and I live in Boynton Beach, 33437. I am calling regarding the agenda item BRD2. I would like to say that I very strongly do not feel that Lapson should be reinstated. He has no business being involved with children at all, and as a teacher or in any position. He should not be rehired. I guess that's basically saying what it is, that I was definitely for firing him. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Krieger. I'm a resident of Boca Raton, Florida. I am a parent in the Palm Beach County School District, and I am also a product of the Palm Beach County School District, specifically Spanish River High School. I graduated from there in 1996. I was always a proud graduate of Spanish River High School, but with the situation with William Lapson, I am no longer. I've also always been very proud of the Palm Beach County School Board. I feel that you have made decisions in the best interest of our children and families, especially during the last 7 months, and I've supported you wholeheartedly. I cannot, though, support the reinstatement of this principal. I'm a third-generation Holocaust survivor. Both of my grandparents, who have since passed away, survived the Holocaust. I grew up seeing the tattooed number on my grandfather's arm from a very young age and lived with that image for my entire life. The Holocaust is real. The people who died were real. And their memory and their honor deserves better than what the Palm Beach County School Board is doing. This gentleman was given opportunities to rescind and to explain, and he did not. And we cannot tolerate this in Palm Beach County or anywhere in the state of Florida or in this free country. I am asking you to please not reinstate this principal. He needs to move on and not take the time of this county anymore. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Steisman. I'm the parent of 4 former Spanish River graduates. I'm calling regarding the Lapson agenda, BRD2. I feel that Mr. Lapson needs to be terminated due to his comments over the Holocaust and also his lack of response to the issue when it was all going down from you guys. Also, I was an active volunteer at the time when Mr. Lapson was principal. He was hardly ever on campus. He is not a role model, and his lack of confirmation that the Holocaust occurred is unbelievable. If it was the reverse and somebody said that about slavery, they would definitely be fired. Again, due to his inappropriate comments, his poor behavior to respond to when he was in Jamaica, and being a former active parent there, I feel that he should be terminated. If you have any questions, you may call me. Again, my name is Stephanie Spiesman. I have 4 former graduates of Spanish River High School. Thank you very much for allowing me to listen, to state my claim, and please terminate Mr. Latson. He does not deserve a board being part of our children's education here in Palm Beach County with his views. Thank you.
I am calling about the firing and rehiring of William Latson. A Holocaust denier should not even be permitted in the schools. Millions of people died during this terrible, terrible time. And I don't know how it looks to others, but I feel the Jewish community is very upset about this, I won't call him a gentleman, this man being rehired. Again, I am calling about the rehiring of William Latson and also giving him $150,000. I don't think he's worth it. Thank you. My name is Thelma Saknaris. I live at 9288 Heron Cove Drive in West Palm. Thank you.
Yes, this is Jeff Schwartz. I'm a resident of the school district. I live at the Polo Club. And talking about Agenda BRD2, vote no to rehire Principal William Latson. I had on my father's side both his parents, they came over before the Holocaust, before that time period. They came over in the 20s. But their whole families of large groups of families of 8, 9 people, kids, and parents, all perished in the Holocaust, except had one of my grandmother's brothers. He just lived when they found him in the Bergen-Belsen camp, and he was down to a skeleton, and he was the only survivor of both those two large families. So I don't know what William Latson, what he's trying to, it should be a disgrace. It's really a disgrace on Florida, the school district, Palm Beach, to hire such a man. I don't know how it could even be considered. He needs an education program so he can learn exactly what happened, and he needs to acknowledge what happened. But to rehire somebody and to educate our kids incorrectly like this, it's really, really a disgrace. And I don't even know how it could even be considered, how any board member could even vote to do it. It's unheard of. Okay, thank you. Again, vote no to rehire Principal William Latson on Agenda BRD2. And it wouldn't hurt to make him go through an education program. As an aside, it'd probably be doing him a very good service, not only to him, but to the community. Thank you.
My name is Pesia Temple. I'm calling on regards of Agenda Item BRD2. Holocaust denial is anti-Semitism. The Holocaust occurred. It is an historical fact. It must not be under discussion if it occurred or not. It must be taught to the future generations to prevent it from occurring again. Education is the only way we have to stop racial hate. Bringing William Latson back to our schools is a way to support Holocaust denial and anti-Semitism. Please stop this and don't bring him back. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Rosenbaum. I'm calling in regards to BRD2, the vote to possibly rehire Mr. Latson, principal, who is a Holocaust denier. My view on this is that it's detrimental to the school and to the rest of democracy in the United States if we take a step to allow someone to run a public school where we send our children to educate them on democracy, on freedom of religion and speech, and everything that the Holocaust stood for, completely denied any American rights, anything America stood for. And for someone to come along and publicly deny something that was well known, happened in history, that many people in our country fought for our safety, fought for Europe's safety, is dangerous for our children. Our children are vulnerable, and they need someone who can guide them morally in the right direction, who can be a guiding light, who can actually show them the truth when it comes to everything, not just, running the day-to-day of our school. And I think it would be a setback to Florida if they were to vote that he can be accepted as principal again.
Yes, hi. My name is Risky Weinberg. I'm calling in reference to BRD2, vote no to reinstate Mr. Latson. I believe it is unjust to use taxpayers' money towards paying the salary of Mr. Latson. He should be held responsible for his actions, especially when his actions influence impressionable students. His statements are not just false, but they are hurtful to so many individuals who either survived the Holocaust or family members of those who were murdered. So moral standards have to be maintained, and letting him back into the school system is setting an example for others to recognize that malicious Holocaust denial is being tolerated in this wonderful country. Thank you very much. Again, my name is Risky Weinberg.
Hi, my name is Barry Schechter, and I'm calling in reference to agenda topic BRD2 in regards to hiring the superintendent back. I feel that it is a travesty to the human race. This is something that is totally documented around the world. He is an educator. There's substantial proof, undoubted proof that this actually happened, and there's no reason why an educated person who is dealing with children should be allowed to speak and to tell people that it's unsubstantiated. I vote to have him not hired back, and if you have any questions, you can get back to me. Thank you.
To the Palm Beach School Board. My name is Talia Rockmacher, and I'm a Jewish senior at Palm Beach Central High School in Wellington. My grandmother and grandfather are Holocaust survivors from Budapest. Do not reinstate William Latson. You are diminishing the struggles of the Jewish people. And if you reinstate him, you're showing the Jewish students in Palm Beach County that you do not care about them or their struggles. I feel unsafe as a Jewish student in Palm Beach County. I am begging you, do not reinstate Holocaust denier William Latson. Sincerely, a terrified Jewish student that you have failed to protect.
Hi, this is Alexandra Light calling about BRD2, reinstatement of a teacher who is a Holocaust denier. Facebook and Twitter do not allow Holocaust denial. Why should a school where we teach children? Do not reinstate him. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marsha Sanders, and I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. My mother is a Holocaust survivor. She was 16. She was in Auschwitz. She lost her whole family. This situation where someone can deny the Holocaust when not only Jewish people say that they went through it, but you have the American soldiers who fought, who liberated concentration camps. So anybody that could deny something like that when it's blatantly part of history, only happened 70 years ago, and can continue to deny something like that, I just don't understand how they can be an educator. I mean, that's part of education. It's studying history, telling it to the students, and giving the facts over to them so that they can make decisions on things and learn from history to hopefully not repeat the same mistakes and to be good, rounded people. And anybody that can deny something that not only we had so many witnesses that went through it, but actually American soldiers were also witnesses to it. I really don't understand how that is ever possible, and I don't understand how someone like that can be an educator. Thank you.
Yes, I'm calling about the agenda item BRD2. I first noticed this comment will go to the board before 12, and I hope it will make it, because I am definitely in an irate state of not being able to understand how somebody could not believe that the Holocaust did not happen. All of the books and all of the press and all of the newspapers and everything that has been spoken about indicates that there was a Holocaust. This man should not be able to teach or be in public office at any time for not allowing the children of this country to realize what went on in World War II and especially the Holocaust. It's an outrage, and he should be not allowed to hold any kind of office. My name is Myrna Miller. I live in Boca Raton. Please do not allow this man to be reinstated.
Hi, my name is Aurora Freed, and I live in the Boca Raton community, and I'm calling in regards to Agenda BRD2. William Latson should not be reinstated for his denial of the Holocaust. It is a basic denial of history, and he should not be in a position of education if he can deny history. And the example is setting an extremely bad example for educators everywhere. If he is an educator himself, accepted, everyone else with those views, which are frankly anti-Semitic, will also be widely accepted. So he should not be reinstated to serve as an example that we will not tolerate or accept bigotry or anti-Semitism. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Eva Silber, and I object to the firing of Latson, and very, very strongly object of taking off anything that has to do with the Holocaust. It has to be known, and it has to be known through everyone and throughout the whole country and the whole world what has happened to the Jewish nation. So please, I object very, very strongly. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Karen Zweibel from Tampa, Florida. I do not think that William Latson should be allowed to teach in the schools. He is known to deny the Holocaust in statements, and he should not be allowed to be reinstated as a school person. He is not somebody that people should be respecting. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Noah Rubin, calling about agenda item BRD2. I am, in fact, a former alumni of Spanish River, and I am expressing my opinion that you do not reinstate the principal, that you do not reinstate him. Thank you for this consideration. If anybody wants to call me, I'm at 561-703-7810. Thank you again.
Hi, this is in reference to Board Agenda BRD number 2. My name is Rita Weinstein, and I would like to speak to the fact that you would even be considering reinstating William Latson. I shouldn't think that anyone should have to speak about this, because it's pretty obvious what's happening in the world and especially in our country regarding anti-Semitism. And countries all around the world are putting in different rules so that it's become against the law to speak about the Holocaust as William Latson has done. It seems to me it shouldn't take 1 million calls from 1 million people. It should be something that should be obvious and should never have been on the agenda. Obviously, I am not going to use my 3 minutes, but I want you to understand this means an awful lot to an awful lot of people, and I think that assuming you have a thinking, considering board, it shouldn't take all these calls for you to know what the right response is. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barry Wolfson. I'm calling about agenda item BRD2, the possible rehiring of William Latson. I'm appalled to learn that the Palm Beach Board of Education is considering rehiring him. The education of our children is both fundamentally and critically important to the growth and sustainability of our country, the United States of America. All of our teachers, and especially the principal, are integrally involved in this education process and of necessity set an example for our children, especially in what they say publicly. No education system anywhere should condone an attitude of educators which expressly denies historical facts. Condoning such an attitude conveys to our children and everyone else, especially when it refers to the Holocaust, the acceptance of racism and bigotry, basic principles against which our country was founded upon. William Latson has made his position clear. He refuses to acknowledge the Holocaust happened. We need to make our position clear that such an attitude is both repulsive and unacceptable, especially for an educator of our children. Please refuse to rehire William Latson. Thank you very much, and again, this is Barry Wolfson.
This is Virginia Malky. Regarding agenda BRD2, please vote no. No.
Our names are Erica and Perry Gowler. We live in Boca. This is regarding BRD2, reconsideration of Mr. William Latson. Erica's parents and my in-laws were incarcerated and made to suffer in real concentration camps. They lost most of their families, including their mothers, fathers, grandparents, sisters and brothers, uncles and aunts, to inhumane sadists and murderers. My wife grew up without grandparents, and she never forgot or overcame their absence in her life. She saw the numbers tattooed on her parents' arms every day of their lives. The Holocaust was and remains a factual and historic fact. It was and always will be the responsibility of educators, especially school principals and teachers, to follow school curricula and tell the truth, not pander to extremists or the uneducated. The Holocaust was not a belief. It was real. Anyone who cannot state this truth without equivocation should not be continued in the educational system and should not be rewarded, as the board did in its recent vote. This vote should not stand. It is a terrible stain on our community. Thank you for your consideration.
My name is Martin Spiegler, Spiegler, and I'm calling in reference to agenda item number B as in boy, R as in Robert, D as in David 2. I would like to express my own and our community's collective outrage at the reinstatement of Mr. Lars Latson, the principal who has expressed his doubt about the Holocaust. On discussion and examination of this particular topic, the outrage in our community is quite palpable, and we will be very closely monitoring the actions of the school board in this manner. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lester Henner. My address is 7949 Love Lane, Boca Raton. I am calling to leave a comment regarding board matter, I believe it's number 2. It's on the agenda about rehiring the principal. I'm opposed. I don't believe it's in the best interest of the board to hire Holocaust deniers as people involved with the educational system of the children of Boca Raton. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Good day. My name is Jean-Claude Klein. I'm a rabbi who lives in Delray Beach. I am calling in reference to agenda item BRD2, and I completely oppose the rehiring of Mr. William Latson and I apologize for the interruption. I'd like to try calling again to get this right.
My name is Heather Nenner. I'm speaking on the Latson hiring. Dear board members, the school board of Palm Beach County, by a vote of 4-3, voted to rehire William Latson. Not only is this unconscionable, but it is a morally bankrupt decision. The district would rather hire him back than do what is right and engage in a protracted legal battle. They would, if you will, rather teach false information, indoctrinate children into anti-Semitic beliefs, and have students question the Holocaust. The fact that I have to point out the problem with this is truly beyond comprehension. The school is a place where truth and history and facts must matter. This is a man, the principal no less, who cannot say that the Holocaust is fact. 6 million dead Jews prove it. Millions more children of survivors can say it. Photos can prove it. And get this, even Nazis can say it. But Latson cannot. Latson cannot because, quote, I cannot say the Holocaust is a factual historical event because I am not in the position to do so as a school district employee. You have your thoughts, but we are in a public school and not all of our parents have the same beliefs, unquote. Let's examine this, shall we? So, using his logic, he cannot say the Holocaust happened because not all of our parents have the same beliefs. Facts are not based on consensus. It is irrelevant if not everyone agrees with a fact. That is why they are facts, not opinions. A fact is, quote, a thing that is known or proved to be true, unquote. I will not elaborate right now as to the proof that the Holocaust happened for 2 reasons. 1, there is overwhelming evidence, and 2, it is offensive to entertain this point. He couches his statement with a comment that we are a public school. This is totally irrelevant. It does not matter if this is a public nor private school. What matters is the truth. This is the only thing that matters. What is beyond horrible to these Holocaust survivors, knowing the Palm Beach County School District could not acknowledge for sure that the Holocaust is real, this isn't even my point. Nor is it relevant that your district has many Jewish students. It makes it more offensive, yet it is not the most important factor. What is relevant, and the most important thing, is that all schools must teach facts. In allowing him to perpetuate these lies, you are telling all students, whether outright or tacitly, that the Holocaust that murdered 6 million Jews, 1.5 of them children, and 4 million other people may not have occurred. You are telling people that gays, Jews, enemies of the state, and mentally handicapped people may not have been murdered. Further, in not engaging in a legal battle, you are choosing money over fact, indecency over decency. The men who fought the Nazis, of which my father was one, would never have chosen this path. It is your obligation to fight this as educators. The men that fought in World War II believed in honor and duty, even at the risk of losing their lives. This school board will not even take on a legal case. I would suggest that this is not only a wrong decision, but more so embarrassing to our nation. You need to do the right thing. Respectfully submitted, Heather Ritzer-Nenner, Esquire. Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, my name is Riska Arye, and I reside in New York. I was outraged to hear how dare William Latson to deny the Holocaust ever happened. It's like the Nazis. Perhaps if the hate was turned against him, he would understand what I, as a Jew, am feeling for no good reason whatsoever other than the fact that I am Jewish. And I'm a proud Jew. I'm very, very proud to be a Jew, and yes, we do suffer indignities. We do suffer a loss because of that, but I would never, ever, ever renounce my Judaism. God forbid. God forbid. But I will not have a person like him come out just because he's a hateful, spiteful person and denounce that the Holocaust ever happened. Who is he? Who is he? Then he doesn't exist. As far as we're concerned, he doesn't exist either, because I am a child of a survivor. So let him just tell that to the survivors. I would like to see the few survivors that are still alive today. I want to see if he has the guts to stand up and to their faces, those that were victims and came out of the Holocaust in ashes, skin and bones. I'd like to see if he has the guts to say this to their faces. A wimp, a weasel, what he is. He should be ashamed of himself. He's not a human being. I don't know what he is, because anyone that is a human being would have compassion and would back up the facts. I'd like to hear how he has the audacity to deny the Holocaust ever happened. What is he basing it on? Because he's an anti-Semite. He just doesn't want to admit that the Jews were persecuted. We've always been persecuted throughout the ages, but with God's good grace, we've always survived, and we shall continue to survive, and we will keep this world alive by following God's command. We're a very small group of people, but we do love God, and no matter what we've gone through, we will always be true to Him as He's always true to us. And going back to the topic, I'd like this person that was rightfully fired from the school board to show exactly where he. This is an outrage to humanity, and
my name is Vivian Drozdoff. I live here in Boca Raton, and I'm calling on regarding the agenda item BR. That's B as in Barbara, R, D like in David, 2, BRD 2. I think it's an abomination that the Palm Beach is possibly rehiring the former Spanish River High School principal who has denied the Holocaust. I think it's absolutely disgusting, and I cannot believe this is happening. We are very furious here in all the different neighborhoods, and I want to make sure this is heard. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Deborah Briggs. I live in Boca Raton, Florida, and I'm calling or speaking to you on behalf of agenda item BRD2, which I believe has to do with the reinstatement of William Latson as the former Spanish River High School principal. It is absolutely unacceptable that in today's world that this gentleman, I don't know if gentleman is correct, but that this man would be given the position of high school principal, a leader of children, when he is a Holocaust denier. It is not okay to reconstruct reality and pass it down to our children either by word or by belief system that is infiltrated into an academic system. So please have some consciousness and reconsider his tenure and do the right thing and do not reinstate William Latson as the former or as the present high school principal. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful day.
Abram Yachnis, Boca Raton, Florida, calling regarding agenda letters BRD number 2. Very disappointed of the comments the principal has made.
Hi, this is Lily Rosenfield, and I live in Florida, and I'm horrified that William Latson has been rehired. I have been watching the situation ever since the Holocaust was denied, and I'm just rather shocked that he has been reinstated. That is my message. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ann Zablo. I have grandchildren
who live in Delray Beach and Boca Raton, and they would attend Spanish River High School. My parents, Francis and Irving Geller, were both Holocaust survivors. My mother was in many concentration camps. She was in Auschwitz for 2 years. She was then sent to Bergen-Belsen, that's where she was liberated from. At the end of the war, she was 24 years old and weighed 40 pounds. I'm sure you have grandchildren who are 2, 3 years old who weigh 40 pounds. She was a skeleton. The Red Cross took her to Sweden, where she was in a hospital for 6 months from typhus, malnutrition, amongst many other things. It took 6 months to get her out of the hospital. I am completely stunned that you could have a principal who would deny the Holocaust happened, especially in an area like Boca Raton, where there are many Jewish people who live there. Many Jewish people like myself, whose parents or grandparents might have gone through the Holocaust. This was real. This was a nightmare, a horrible, horrible time for Jewish people. Please do not let this principal, William Ladson, continue to work in the school. I'm talking about the agenda item BRD2. BRD2. Thank you. Hello, my name is Annie Geller, and my parents were survivors. I know this is true because my mother had a number on her arm, I can't remember the rest of the numbers, to which when I asked her when I was a little girl what that was, she told me it was her phone number so she would remember it when she came to this country. All my friends, if you ask them, and I am 68 years old, what they remember most about coming to my house and my parents was when my mother served them dinner and she put the plate in front of them, they would see the number on her arm. So they all know that there was a Holocaust. They knew my mother's story. She survived, and she came to this country legally, waited for papers. My father waited for papers and came here legally. They both were survivors, which I am extremely proud of. And I don't want my children who live in Boca or their children, my grandchildren, not to have that cherished memory of them and know their story, and that it should not be taught in school that it didn't happen. It most certainly happened. And because of that Holocaust, my life was changed forever. To be raised in a home like that is very different than being raised in another American family's home. Okay? So I would appreciate it if you would not hire this man. The Holocaust happened. Believe me. I woke up as a little girl with my mother screaming at night, nightmares, thinking that she was online with me and my sister, and they took us away from her the way they took her away from her mother online. So I know it happened. After school, I spent many days after school going to doctors where she had electric shock treatments for the memories and where she was on constant medication. Believe me, it was real. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Seema Loskov. I am calling concerning the revote of firing Mr. William Ladson, former Spanish River High principal. The agenda number is BRD2. I would like my voice to be heard and go on record that former Principal William Ladson of Spanish River High not, I repeat, not be reinstated. It is irresponsible and extremely harmful to allow an educator who is a Holocaust denier be in a position of educational leadership that may influence and guide our young adults. To deny the Holocaust is to deny the murder of 6 million Jews. To deny the Holocaust is to deny the memory of 6 million souls, their family, their culture, and religion. To deny the Holocaust is a statement that 6 million people didn't exist and simply did not matter. Most importantly, to deny the Holocaust is to delegitimize the horror and the hell of the concentration camps that all 4 of my grandparents survived. Today's environment is highly polarized in every way. It is a society that makes you feel obligated to choose a side. It is a society that breeds hatred to anyone who doesn't think or live like you. Hatred is evil and dangerous. It condones actions we take because of our own insecurities. This is the ammunition of the Nazis, anti-Semites, and every other self-hate group. Is this the value we want our young adults to embrace and follow? Do we want a Holocaust denier like Mr. Latson to encourage these values for our future generation of parents, leaders, and members of society? We can't and should not rewrite history. We need to learn from history so that we can never repeat the same mistakes. We need to embrace all of history so that never again means never again. Thank you so much for listening and considering the revote for Mr. William Latson as former Spanish River High School principal. Please do the right thing.
This is regarding agenda number BRD2. My name is Chaim Nunberg. My parents were both Holocaust survivors. My mother was in Auschwitz for 2 years. She saw firsthand what was happening over there and the many people that were put into that gas chamber and subsequently into the crematorium. Anyone who denies it obviously has not done any research into what went on during those years, or what happened in Auschwitz, or Mauthausen, or Buchenwald, or Dachau, or the other camps that were used. My father was in Plaszow, the same place where Goetz, the Nazi in charge of that camp, was. Any of you who have seen Schindler's List can identify with what went on in that camp. My father was there. He spent 5 years in the various camps besides Plaszow. I've heard stories firsthand from both my parents about what went on in those death chambers. Anyone who has any question as to what happened should take it upon themselves to do a little bit of research, to investigate before denying. And anybody who denies, obviously, is not worthy of a position that requires a certain amount of academic knowledge. So therefore, this person should be let go.
Hi, my name is Ruth Burns, and I live in North Miami Beach, Florida. I'm an educator. I'm at outrage right now regarding the rehiring or the even thinking to revoke William Latson, former Spanish River High School principal, a Holocaust denier, agenda item BRD2 as a principal. It's outrage. As an educator, I'm opposing for this rehiring of this principal. He is responsible to teach our future generation about tolerance and caring for others. When he denies what my people went through, it's an outrage. And every single one of you, whoever sitting in this board as a board member, should start to think how outraged and how it's great to even reconsider him. These people denying the innocent death of 6 million Jews, 6 million Jews that had no way to survive, no way where to go, and he's denying my brothers and sisters death. Shameful. Shameful that this is to be even to consider. These men have no room in any board, any school, anywhere as an educator. He needs to go back to school, and he needs to go to Israel to talk to people there and to feel the pain, to see people, and to understand that being as a denier is horrific.
Hi, my name is Randy. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2, like Brother Robert Dog 2. I'm calling because I am concerned of anybody that may have the position of becoming principal who is a Holocaust denier. The Holocaust is something that is real. It is in the history books. It is not made up. IBM was very involved, as was the president in other ways of our country. And it is a disgrace that only a few states still have required Holocaust curriculum. In Germany, they learn about it more than we do here. And in Germany, they make sure that it will never happen again. Thank you.
Morning. Agenda topic BRD2. It's 11:30, and I'm calling as far as William Latson not being an educator and not getting into the position because our children will suffer. This is my opinion, and there are many other good educators there. Rona Ader, 4896 South Fresco Street, and I thank you for letting me read this comment. Don't choose William Latson.
Hi, my name is Rabbi Shiner from the Palm Beach Synagogue, and I'm calling about Mr. Latson, the principal of Spanish River High School, and the vote that's coming up today. As a rabbi in the community, I just want to express that our community is very saddened by the developments of his being rehired. We are a community with many, many survivors, and this is very offensive to have a principal who says the Holocaust didn't necessarily occur when we have survivors in our community who still carry the pain and the trauma of the horrors that they lived through and experienced, and the many, many relatives that they lost, loved ones, parents, siblings, and even children. And the least that the school board can do is to make sure that such a person has no longer any role in educating children, because children should be educated to learn about the past and know the truth and be able to learn the lessons so they don't repeat themselves, God forbid, again, with any race or any religion or minority, and that all people should be able to be treated with the respect and the dignity that they deserve. I hope that the board will reverse that decision and have him refired so he no longer can speak or influence our children. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rochelle Flug. I am a child of Holocaust survivors. I am calling about the agenda topic BRD2. I think that William Latson should not be reinstated. As I said before, I'm a child of Holocaust survivors. I think it is terrible the way he commented on the Holocaust, and I don't think he deserves a place in education. My father lost his entire family in the Holocaust, and most of my mother's family was wiped out as well. And I think there should be some deference to all of the Holocaust survivors and their offspring. Thank you.
Hi, this is Lucille Ettore, E-T-T-O-R-E, from New Jersey, calling regarding hiring a Holocaust denier. I think I'm supposed to say BRD2.
My father was in the Third Army, Patton's Third Army, and helped with some of the concentration camps after the war to clean them up and whatever, and person cannot be in charge of a school. Thank you.
Yes, good morning to the board. This is Herschel Barris, B-E-R-R-I-S, and I'd like to comment on board number 2. If I understand it correctly, it's to the reinstation of William Latson as principal in Boca Raton, and understanding that he was let go due to his comments and on the Holocaust. We feel as parents and we feel as members in the community that he should not be reinstated due to his comments on the Holocaust. In the year 2020, to think that we can speak negatively on it and deny that it has occurred is very unforgiving and unfortunate. Again, we feel very strongly that in today's day and age we need to continue to educate the community at large, and certainly the younger folks and the younger children that do not have any knowledge and do not have any relatives that were in the Holocaust or perished in the Holocaust, unlike ourselves. There will be a time in the very near future where there will be no Holocaust survivors left. And it is very important that we continue to educate our youth and our community at large again about this terrible act in the world history. And to have a principal express that he did not believe in it and did not think it was important, unfortunately, cannot be turned aside and cannot be given a second chance. Not the way that the world is today, and certainly not the way the United States is today, and the way that the country has been divided by the politicians today. It is certainly not a unified nation. And by making comments like this, certainly continues to divide the nation even further. And certainly in Palm Beach County and Boca Raton, this is completely unacceptable. And again, we do not feel that his reinstatation would be advisable or actually even good for the students of Palm Beach County. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Tafara David. I am calling in concern of Agenda BRD2. I'm a member of the Boca Raton community as well as a grandchild of Holocaust survivors. I cannot fathom how somebody like William Lawson could be reinstated after disregarding my family and my family's pain and the historical fact that the Holocaust did happen. How can somebody like that be responsible for the education of our children, considering that he refuses to acknowledge a plain historical fact? There are survivors in my community. My grandmother was a survivor. My family perished. He should not be reinstated. It is unfathomable in this beautiful country of ours how this could actually happen.
Hi, my name is Etta Donnell, D-O-N-N-E-L-L. I telephoned earlier. However, I did not do two things. One, I did not mention that I was calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I called that item an obscene decision to reinstate a Holocaust Spanish high school principal who's a Holocaust denier. I also mentioned in that message that I am a Holocaust survivor, the details of which you can get from me if you so choose. The other item that I didn't mention is that I would love to have been there in person, but unfortunately that's not possible given the times that we're living in. I want to call out and strenuously call out the three members who want to reinstate Mr. I don't want even to use that name, Mr., in reference to Latson, Marsha Andrews, Barbara McQuinn, and Chuck Shaw. Disgusted with them. Again, Etta Donnell, I hope that my message is read in full. Thank you.
Yes, my name is David Cartel. I'm a resident of Boca Raton, and I'm calling with regard to BRD2, and I would like to express my dissatisfaction with Mr. William Latson, as being reinstated to the position that he has now, and I would strongly recommend that the board consider letting him go simply because he is denying the Holocaust. Thank you.
To the Spanish River High School Board, I am calling in regard to agenda item BRD2. My name is Brenda Smolowitz, and I would like to state my position in regards to the firing of the former Spanish River principal, William Latson. Mr. Latson should absolutely and unequivocally not be reinstated as head of an educational institution. Anyone involved in an educational institution should know what a fact is, and if they don't know a fact, they should learn before teaching and be very well learned and educated before being the head of an educational institution. In this case, it is a fact that the Holocaust happened. I have a factual letter of a doctor examined by my father shortly after he arrived in Canada after spending years in 4 different concentration camps, which I will gladly send you a copy. It is a fact that I slept in a room next to a man who woke up many times in the middle of the night in absolute terror. It is a fact that I never got to know my grandparents and my aunt who were gassed and whose bodies were burned in the factual ovens of the factual Auschwitz concentration camp. And it is absolutely a fact that future generations will never know that this happened if we have people in educational institutions who do not recognize facts. It is also a fact that this probably will happen again if it is not taught as a fact to students. The Holocaust is so unlikely to have happened that reason would tell us that if it is not taught and learned as a factual event, then it would be deemed highly unlikely at best. The Holocaust was so huge and so gruesome and horrible and terrible that it is hard to see it as a fact, and therefore all educators must acknowledge the fact, and they must pass it on to other generations as fact, so that we can all continue to say, never again. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gary Sterling. I am a West Palm Beach resident. I am speaking in reference to item number B as in boy, R like Richard, D like David, 2, BRD2, regarding the rehiring of William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal, a Holocaust denier. I greatly believe that he should not be rehired. Please vote no. I will be very upset if he gets his job back when he denies absolute history of 6 million people being killed. Again, my name is Gary Sterling. I'm a West Palm Beach resident. I'm asking you to vote no for the rehiring of William Latson of Spanish River High School. Thank you very much, and have a great day. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Faye Singer-Chapman, and I am the grandchild of Holocaust survivors on both of my parents' sides. I'm calling regarding the Palm Beach Board of Education revote today, Wednesday, October 21st, 2020, regarding the firing of William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal. A Holocaust denier. This is agenda item BRD2. I, along with my entire family, am extremely opposed to the rehiring of this principal. As an educator, he is responsible to teach our future generations about tolerance and caring for others. How can a person in this position do so when denying the innocent deaths of 6 million Jews? The Holocaust is not only about fighting against anti-Semitism. It is taught in schools across the country in order to teach tolerance of all religions and race. Please make the right decision for our students and for their future children and grandchildren. Let's stop the hatred and let's make sure that this man does not have any place teaching young people. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joyce Levine. I live in Boynton Beach, and this is going to be a brief and to-the-point comment. I read many articles about the controversy with William Latson. Imagine if a school principal denied that slavery occurred in the U.S., and then he said that it was controversial. Would you want to hire such a person or rehire him, no matter how much he apologized for such a statement? Thank you for allowing me to comment.
Hello, my name is Sabina Silberger, and I'm speaking about your reinstatement of the Principal William Statton, and I do have a few comments. It has become clear that this man is a Holocaust denier, which we, of second generation, whose parents went through the Holocaust, find absolutely appalling. This is not a question of a conversation or an opinion or a discourse. This is open anti-Semitism. And I find it appalling that as educators you would even consider reinstating such a person. I don't think this is a question of education. It seems to be politically motivated. And it would be very, very demeaning to the community to have a person of this caliber as a principal of a school. Thank you for letting me voice my opinion. I hope it's an opinion that will be stated. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Andrea Lieberman, and I am a teacher in Palm Beach County, and I am calling in reference to BRD2 on the agenda, which is the firing of William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal, who will not acknowledge the Holocaust happened. As an educator in Palm Beach County, I support the firing of William Latson. It is unconscionable that a leader of a school, a principal of a school, would deny the Holocaust happened. I hope that the school board will stand by the firing of William Latson. It is not acceptable that any leader in the field of education, whether it's a teacher or a principal, should deny the Holocaust happened. I am shocked and disturbed by a principal that behaves in that manner. Please accept the original firing of William Latson. Thank you.
Regarding Agenda BRD2, my name is Elise, E-L-Y-S-E, Schubener. We are a new family in Florida, and our one child goes to Palm Beach County schools. I feel that what Dr. William Latson said about the Holocaust is appalling. He has no sense of education, in my opinion, to make a comment like that. We have family friends that were kids that luckily escaped from the Holocaust situation and still have those numbers on them. For him to say that it didn't happen is revoking. I feel that him being reinstating is disgusting. He has no business being an educator in Palm Beach County schools, regardless if it's just administration or not. I hope that the board will hear enough people and realize that reinstating him is the wrong way to go. Please vote no for reinstating William Latson. He doesn't deserve to be in our district as an educator, and if he does have a doctorate, it's sad that wherever he went to school gave him one. Vote no, board members, please. Vote no.
My name is Cindy Freed. I am calling regarding item number BRD2, the reinstatement of Mr. Latson to his position. Mr. Latson is a proven Holocaust denier. As a child of Holocaust survivors, it would be completely negating their memories to have Mr. Latson continue to be in his position and to be paid for what he's expressing to students. Revisionist history is simply not acceptable. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashley Zamir, and I'm calling regarding the Palm Beach Board of Education revote today on Wednesday, October 21st, regarding the firing of William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal, who, based on his comments, is a Holocaust denier, and this is agenda item BRD2. Me, along with my whole family, are extremely opposed to the rehiring proposed plan of the principal. I am an educator. I have worked in schools for over 15 years, and I know how incredibly influential a principal can be, as well as other educators. And someone with that power should not be able to make the comments as what he has said. He's responsible for teaching the future generations and to deny the death of not only 6 million Jews, but homosexuals, different people of different ethnicities and different races, as someone who should be fostering our children to be inclusive of all people and to listen with an open heart. That's the kind of principal that schools need, not someone who is denying the Holocaust. As a grandchild of someone who survived the Holocaust, my great-grandfather, father passed away and my grandfather survived. It is just baffling, and quite honestly is why I'm emotional on this phone call to even think of the idea that he will be rehired is, just unacceptable. And that's why I'm leaving this message today. And please make the right decisions for the students and, for all future generations that come out of that school. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Leora Shulman, and I am calling in regard to agenda item BRD2. I'm calling because I was very upset to hear that there was a revote happening for Mr. Latson, who I believe should never be reinstated. He's a Holocaust denier and not somebody that should be teaching any children, let alone the principal of a school. The fact that there is a revote is very upsetting, and I urge all of you to vote against reinstating him. He's not someone that should be the leader of a school and speaking to our children. And please consider voting no to reinstate Mr. Latson. Thank you very much.
Hello, this is Roseanne Barr calling. I live in Boca Raton. This is regarding agenda item BRD2, reinstatement of William Latson. I strongly urge you not to reinstate him. He denied that the Holocaust ever happened, which is denying the memory of those who perished and denied those who survived. It was real. It happened. I know personally. Please do not reinstate this man. He does not belong in the school environment. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cindy Kalser. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I'm requesting that William Latson, the principal at the Spanish River High School, who publicly denied that the Holocaust didn't happen, I'm requesting that he be removed from his position. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Dan Morris, and I am speaking in accordance to the agenda BRD2 about reinstating William Latson as former school principal for Spanish River High School. I have a huge issue with this, not only because of his anti or disbelief of the Holocaust, but the ramifications this can have on education as a whole. I think it's absolutely outrageous that a teacher or a principal of high power is able to make such statements on historic facts that are dangerous of whitewashing and changing the actual view of students on historical events. We don't question if or if not the Civil War happened. Nobody's alive that happened or that was part of that experience. However, we still have individuals today that are alive that went through the Holocaust, that experienced the Holocaust. And to say that their experience is not true or is not verifiable is absolutely absurd. And from somebody from a place of power that openly denies this fact, as historical fact, is truly problematic when it comes to the education of our youth. I move that this individual is not allowed to work within the education system, especially from a point of power. Anti-information, anti-history is a huge issue within our country. And this is only taught by us ensuring that proper education is being done. Please and thank you. Ensure that history is taught to our children. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Michelle Gallagher. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2 and the possible rehiring of William Latson based upon the grounds of his Holocaust denial. I'm appalled as an expectant mother that the school board would consider rehiring someone who is in charge of children at such an impressionable age. Holocaust denial is truly an attempt to negate established facts of Nazi genocide of European Jews. This denial is a form of anti-Semitism, prejudice against. It's a prejudice against hatred of Jews. Holocaust denial and distortion generally claim that the Holocaust was invented or exaggerated by Jews as part of a plot to advance Jewish interests. This perspective or belief perpetuates long-standing anti-Semitic stereotypes that are hateful beliefs and help to lay groundwork for the Holocaust. Holocaust denial, distortion, and misuse all undermine the truth and our understanding of history. In education, we're teaching historical facts. We would not deny slavery in America. Therefore, we shouldn't deny the Holocaust. I truly hope that you will make the right decision and not reinstate him. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Diane Resnick. I'm calling about agenda item BRD, as in dog, 2. B as in bird, R as in Romeo, D as in dog, 2. I'm totally against rehiring the former Spanish River High School principal, who was a Holocaust denier. My family, unfortunately, was in the Holocaust. I am basically second generation. My parents and my grandparents were all in the Holocaust, and I'm totally against this. So I hope this message is heard. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Karen Lansky Edlin. I am located in Atlanta, Georgia, and I am calling on agenda item BRD2. I am actually representing an organization called Eternal Life Hemschuck, which was founded in 1964 by Holocaust survivors living in Atlanta. Today we're comprised of Holocaust survivors, family, and friends, and I am calling to say that we are appalled that your board is reconsidering to reinstate William Latson back to Spanish River High School. Holocaust denial has been questioned. It has been proven. The proof is all in the documents. As a child of two Holocaust survivors, it is extremely just horrific that you're even considering reinstating anyone who refuses to acknowledge that the Holocaust happened. Anyway, I hope the vote goes not in favor of rehiring William Latson. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Michal Ziskwit. I'm calling regarding agenda item VRD2. I'm a member of the Boca Raton community, and I feel that it's unacceptable for William Latson to be reinstated as principal and responsible for the education of our youth, considering that he refuses to acknowledge the historical facts of our Holocaust of the Jewish people. We have so many survivors in our own community, and that kind of thinking and denial is completely wrong and truly unthinkable. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Robin Falco. I'm calling from Pennsylvania in reference to agenda item BRD2. This is in reference to your principal that you're considering rehiring, despite the fact that he has denied the historical event of the Holocaust. I understand the strength of unions and the fear of reprisals. However, you are sending a message to your students in the community that it is okay to deny something that is historical fact. It shows that there may be an agenda, and it is absolutely incorrect and should not be done. This man should not be working for your school district, and you should not reinstate him. Thank you for listening.
My name is Susan Grossberg. I am leaving a comment for agenda item BRD2. I am calling to voice my objection and utter shock to the decision to reinstate William Latson as principal. It is not just because of his anti-Semitic overtones. I also strongly object based on his utter ignorance and lack of knowledge of the history of World War II. Would a man who denied the validity of the existence of slavery in this country, would that be acceptable to the board? If he denied the factual American Revolution against the British in the 1770s, would that be acceptable? The Holocaust is an historical fact. No credible historians and no survivors can deny it. It is either utter ignorance or hate bias which causes him to deny the facts. Why would the board want this man as a principal of children? Thank you.
My name is Dr. Ellen Kennedy. I'm the director of a human rights organization called World Without Genocide. I'm calling about agenda item BRD2, the rehiring of Dr. William Latson. I'm very disturbed by the possibility of rehiring someone who is unable to confirm with students that the Holocaust happened. This is one of the most documented events in history, and not to affirm this event adds fuel to those who deny, who then act forward with impunity in other efforts to attack and marginalize innocent groups. I strongly urge not to rehire Dr. William Ladson. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on agenda item BRD2. My name is Alex Rousman. I'm a Boynton Beach resident, and I believe that you should not hire William Ladson again as a person who refuses to acknowledge that there was a Holocaust, and it was a major item, and it's accepted by scholars throughout the world and by all of the survivors who survived that ordeal. Thank you very much again for the opportunity.
Yes, hi, I'm calling regarding item number BRD2. My name is Peter Seidemann from West Palm Beach. I'm calling regarding William Ladson, the former Spanish River High School principal. Please do not vote to reinstate him. He is a Holocaust denier, which the Holocaust happened. I know for sure because my grandparents lost 9 brothers and sisters during the Holocaust, and my father was born during the Holocaust. Please do not reinstate him. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stuart Donnell, and I'm a Floridian resident and a Jewish American. My telephone number is 813-766-5751. I am calling with regard to agenda item BRD2. And my position on this is that this individual, William Ladson, should not be rehired by any school in Florida or anywhere else, since he is a Holocaust denier, and I am married to a Holocaust survivor. I would be very much obliged if you would have my message mentioned, and my strong position that this individual never be hired by any school anywhere in the U.S. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning. My name is Gail Zuckerman, and my parents were American, so my immediate relatives were not murdered or branded with numbers on the arm in the Holocaust. So I personally did not feel it, as most of my friends had their grandparents and grandparents murdered in the Holocaust. This is with regard to rehiring the Holocaust denier William Ladson. What I do want to say is, had I said that slavery never happened in the United States of America, and I wanted to speak on being a revisionist with regard to slavery and sharing that in my classrooms as a history teacher, saying that slavery never happened in the United States of America, I would think that my position would be revoked immediately, and I would never, never be rehired again. This is not only the same, but even worse because of the atrocity of the 6 million led to the gas chambers in such a dehumanizing fashion. So please, please do not reconsider hiring such a revisionist of history of the people of such a shaming and horrid period in our dark history. Thank you so much for listening.
My name is Helen Sherman. I am calling with regard to agenda item BRD2. Latson in rehiring him, since his comments on the reality of the Holocaust were offensive and in poor educational spirit. If you would like to answer my question as to what happened to my grandparents, my grandpa, and my uncle, who disappeared off the face of the earth in 1942, that would be another one for the disappearance. Listen to his suggestion that the Holocaust.
My name is Cheryl Halpern, and I'm the chairman of the Visions of a Peaceful Tomorrow Foundation. I'm calling in regard to agenda item BRD2. I, together with my foundation board, are vehemently opposed to the rehiring of Principal William Latson, who is a Holocaust denier. The Holocaust caused millions and millions of innocent victims to be killed. Silence is unacceptable. Denying is appalling and reprehensible. We need to promote civility. We need to promote the care and defense of the innocent. What the principal has done is in violation of everything that America and the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence stands for.
Hi, my name is Tammy Rosenblatt. I'm from Aventura, Florida. I'm calling in regards to the decision to rehire the Holocaust denier William Latson. I am 25 years old. I grew up in Miami, went to school in Boston, currently live in New York City. So I'm a student. I've been through it all. I think it is a complete disgrace to allow a Holocaust denier back into the school system. The Holocaust denial is a form of anti-Semitism. You know, he was hired to be a role model for these kids growing up, and it's such a dangerous message to send not only to the students, to the community, to the country, to the world, that these people are allowed back in our system. They're being paid. They're being allowed to educate them. We're going to be building our future. It's a disgrace. It's despicable. It should not be done. I think he needs to be fired and never be hired again to any job. Clearly, his mentality towards things is incorrect, and I do not believe he should be rehired or be paid to do anything in regards to educating others or educating the youth. These kids are the future of America, and we're putting them in the hands of a Holocaust denier, which is disgusting, disgraceful, despicable, all the above. So please do not rehire him. Thank you very much.
This is Dr. Stephen Cohen, COHEN, cardiologist, Delray Beach, Boca Raton, Florida, calling about BRD2, the firing of William Latson, the former Spanish River high school principal who refused to acknowledge the Holocaust happened, period. At this time, I would urge the board to rethink rehiring this gentleman, period. Even with a profound apology, obviously there is extreme thought processes in this gentleman's mind that this actually never occurred. This cannot be treated by an apology. Apology is not acceptable, as we are a peaceful community and we will not be violently protesting in front of Spanish River High School. We are asking for a peaceful resolution of this at this time. Firing him would be the most appropriate thing to satisfy the community. Otherwise, there'll be further actions that may require further protests in different ways. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Naomi Abramovitz. I live in Boca Raton. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2, the reinstatement of Mr. Latson. I just want to urge the board to not appoint someone to that incredibly important educational position who is unable to stand up to a parent to acknowledge a historical fact that the Holocaust occurred. That's a level of timidity and fearfulness that is not appropriate in a leadership position. And I think the only way that an atrocity like the Holocaust can be prevented in the future is if the students of today are educated about what happened and why and how and what has been learned and how to prevent it in the future. And someone who's too scared of a parent reaction to even state that a historical fact happened is not capable of leading that educational effort. So I beg of you to please find someone better for that job. Bye-bye.
My name is Ida Dick. I am a resident in Boynton Beach. I am appalled that an educator who has gone through, I assume, an American school system does not know that the Holocaust existed and is not teaching it to future generations. This man does not deserve to be an educator in the school system in the United States and anywhere in the States, or anywhere actually, as my husband said. And please do not reinstate him. It's a travesty to the memory of the 6 million that died and the other several million that were not Jews who also died. And please do not reinstate him. This is Ida Dick, resident of Boynton Beach. Thank you.
On item number BRB2, rehiring of the principal, I would like to say that I feel it is most inappropriate for a leader of children and teachers to deny the realities of life for his own political gain or political beliefs. Facts are what are to be determinative inside of classroom. And for such a horrific event to be glossed over by a principal in that way, after even being called on it, I find to be outrageous, and in my opinion does not warrant this man being around children or in any way being a leader of teachers that are around children. He should not be rehired in any capacity. My name is Sherwin Tite.
My name is Libby Smith. I do not want this principal, Latson, reinstated. I would vote no to that item on the agenda. No reinstatement for Principal Latson. No back pay. That is my comment. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, this is in regards to reference agenda item BRD2. My name is Mark Silverman, and I am calling to voice my opinion. I find it very disturbing that in this day and age, not only as a Jewish person, but as a human being, that someone would say that the Holocaust didn't happen. And I find it very disturbing that somebody that believes that, whether they believe it or not, would say that. And so I really feel that we need to understand why a principle like this would be reinstated. I strongly, again, we live in Boca Raton. Not only the fact that there's a lot of Jewish people, but just as human beings. It's not up for debate. The Holocaust happened, and someone who doesn't believe that should not be in a position to influence our case. Thank you.
This is Barbara Shabbat. We live in Palm Beach County. We are recording this announcement for BRD2, the reinstatement of William Watson. B like in boy, R like in Richard, D like in David, 2. It's absolutely appalling that you're reinstating this principle. We have our members of our family that are Holocaust victims, and for him to do something so appalling as to discredit the Holocaust is unbelievable. Please do not support him being reinstated. William Watson, it's absolutely appalling. Thank you.
My name is Carol Millett. I lived in Florida, and I was horrified that this principal in Boca was reinstated. He is a Holocaust denier and must not be rehired by any school board. Thank you. I don't need 3 minutes to restate. He must not be rehired. Thank you.
This is Ellen Averbrook. I am calling to stop the reinstatement of William Latson as principal of Spanish River High School. We cannot tolerate Holocaust deniers to teach our youth, our future generations, and we must honor the memory of Holocaust victims and support Holocaust survivors. By not reinstating him as principal, we can do that. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Bobby Kreiser. I live in Delray Beach, Florida. Regarding agenda item BRD2, I do not think that William Latson should be reinstated. I believe he should not have a job in our educational system. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adela Gadd. I'm calling regarding BRD2. That's with Mr. Latson. I think I have the right number. I am against the reinstatement of Mr. Latson. His refusal to confirm history and the existence of the Holocaust is shameful and disgraceful. A person like that should not be employed in any capacity in the field of education. In addition, his lack of remorse and his doubling down on his position on the way he handled the question about the Holocaust further strengthens my view that Mr. Latson should not be reinstated.
Yeah, my name is Theodore Klavansky, and I'm calling in relation to item BRD2, the Holocaust denier and the board intention to rehire the principal of the school who denied the Holocaust. This is a very dangerous precedent. He was fired because of that. I have family members who were murdered in the Holocaust. My wife has family members who were murdered in the Holocaust. And if one denies the Holocaust, that is known as propaganda, and somebody who is placed in a position of authority will impress his students that do not do their own research and may come to believe that the Holocaust did not happen. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ruth Berkowitz. I was born Abeles. My father is a Holocaust survivor. I'm calling about agenda BRDT. I just wanted to comment that this is a terrible precedent. To have somebody, a school superintendent who's a Holocaust denier is just horrific and is changing history, and you can't do that. I'm a living, breathing survivor, born of a daughter of a survivor, and it's just horrific to all the 6 million plus Jews, gays, people who died in the war, and for the political prisoners. It's a shame to their memory, and it just happened 70 odd years ago. Please don't let this man be superintendent of the school, influencing young minds, young children, impressionable children. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Evan Schechter. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2 for the rehiring of Spanish River High School principal William Ladson. I think that you should not rehire him. I'm sure that you've had a lot of messages and comments regarding this topic, but I'd like to go on record against the hiring of William Ladson.
I didn't find them. Alexa, cancel.
Thank you for your time.
Good morning. Regarding agenda item BRD2, this is Jeremy Horlick in Boca Raton, Florida, strongly urging that Mr. Ladson not be reinstated. Again, Jeremy Horlick of Boca Raton, and Mr. Ladson should not be reinstated.
Hi, I'm calling regarding the vote, agenda item BRD2. I just wanted to say that me, along with my entire family, is opposed to the rehiring of this principal. As an educator who's responsible to teach our future generations about tolerance and caring for others. And how can a person in this position do so when denying the innocent deaths of 6 million Jews? The Holocaust is not only about fighting against anti-Semitism, but it's taught in schools across the country in order to teach tolerance of all religions and race. Please make the right decision for our students.
Hello, my name is Shira Hopkins, and I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2. It feels beyond outrageous to have revoted in a principal, somebody who educates our students, who would equate the Holocaust with scientific questions around evolution versus creationism. That would be the same as saying that slavery exists and did slavery happen in the same way of a creationism versus evolutionary question. This feels completely unacceptable, and the fact that the Board of Ed won't stand up to the questions and won't stand up and put money where their mouth is in terms of any legal that needs to happen feels unacceptable. This is to educate our students. Education is key, and education in all of these areas, including the Holocaust, should be a must, even if there are other parents who are Holocaust deniers. Again, same thing as saying, well, somebody says slavery didn't happen. Well, is that true? Should students not be taught on the history of our country and the history of our world? This feels fully unacceptable. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tanya Fink. I live in Philadelphia. I also live in Florida, and I'm calling up the agenda BRD2. The fact is that I am a Holocaust survivor. My father was killed in Auschwitz, and I lived in concentration camps with my mother, and I still am alive in Bergen-Belsen. I can truly tell you that it's definitely a Holocaust, and that a principal of a high school would deny it is unbelievable. How you could possibly reinstate him, I mean, the man needs to be taught. I mean, he has to watch the news. He has to watch films that show all these things that happen in the cold. How he could deny it is unbelievable. In fact, anybody that could deny it is unbelievable. I mean, it's been all over the news. The presidents have talked about it. Can't remember the name of the president at the time. Very famous man. I can't think of it right now. I'm 82 and I'm still alive, but The fact is that sometimes things go out of my mind for a minute, even though I know them. But to allow him to come back, unless he's been retaught, and unless he changes his mind, really changes his mind and understands, and he sits and sees these films. I mean, these are not made-up things. We have suffered for years. It's unbelievable. To be able to reinstate this man is just, without teaching him and making him learn and understand and making him change what he's thinking. I mean, he's spewing out stuff that's not true. It's just unbelievable, and I definitely vote no. Do not reinstate this man. Not unless he's totally changed his mind, unless he's seen films, unless he really understands what's happened. I mean, I'm not putting down a human being, but to deny the Holocaust is just, for a principal of a high school, is unbelievable. I might definitely vote no. And like I said, I spent my whole youth there, and my life was terrible. So all I can say is definitely no. He's not, unless he has learned what the Holocaust really was. Thank you. My name is Tanya Singh. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello, this is Jonathan Masaryk. I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2, and I'm a practicing physician in the South Florida area. And as a grandson of Holocaust survivors, I would like to address this agenda item. My maternal grandfather was born in Vienna and was sent by his parents at the age of 16 via the Kindertransport from Vienna to England, and he never saw his parents again. He was traumatized the rest of his life that he was unable to save his parents from the jaws of the Nazi death machine. He always taught me the value of learning from history and appreciating the country in which we live. The decision that your board recently made would leave my grandfather, who is no longer with us, in utter shock. How can you claim to represent the educational needs of students in your system when you show neglect to teaching the importance of learning from history? Sadly, the numbers of Holocaust survivors are dwindling by the days, and it's up to us, their descendants, to uphold their memory and ensure through education that this will never happen again. I urge you to reverse your decision and not reinstate a Holocaust denier to educate our children. As a physician, we have a concept known as malpractice, and someone who shows that they are incapable to live up to the standards of the profession lose their ability and license to continue in that profession. This person has shown that they are unable to continue as an educator, for they are unable to recognize simple historical facts. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Have a good day.
Good morning. I'm calling regarding item B as in boy, R as in red, D as in do, 2. My name is Ruth Pogani. I live in New Jersey, and I am calling against rehiring William Latson. I am the child of Holocaust survivors. My parents are from the Ukraine. My grandmother saved the family by hiding them in a ditch for 16 months in the Ukraine. My father, his family encouraged him to run. He was 17 years old. His parents were killed. His younger sister was killed. My husband's parents are survivors who were in concentration camps. The Holocaust existed. It was a horrific thing. And for someone to deny the existence of it is horrible and shouldn't be teaching or be a part of a school system. Please do not rehire this man. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephen Greenfield. I live in Boca Raton, Florida. I'm calling about agenda item BRD2, specifically the firing of William Latson. I find it very disturbing that someone who questioned the Holocaust, which is on its surface a blatant anti-Semitic statement, should be even thought about being reinstated. I challenge everyone at the meeting to tell me if a principal would have made a racist comment against African Americans or a racist comment about people in the Latino community, would we even be having this meeting? It is time for Palm Beach County to follow the example recently made by Facebook, which has removed all Holocaust denial material as being blatantly anti-Semitic, especially for an educator whose job it is to educate our children. It is, once again, outrageous that we're even having this meeting. And just to say again, if Mr. William Latson, instead of making an anti-Semitic comment, instead made a racist comment or an anti-Latino comment or an anti-woman comment, would we even be having this conversation? It's time to send a clear message that anti-Semitism left unchecked, we all know what it's done in the past 100 years. And just as it's outrageous to make racist or anti-Latino or any other attacking comment based on race, religion, gender, being an anti-Semite can no longer be okay. Please send a message today. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Meryl Salzberg, and I'm calling regarding the agenda item BRD2, and I am just heartbroken that the school board members had voted to rehire the Holocaust denier, and it is just appalling to know that the Holocaust is not being recognized and that it does not exist. This needs to have a major change in our country. The Holocaust was an awful, terrible, terrible time in this country and in the world. Please remove anyone who does not understand what had transpired, and they cannot deny the fact that the Holocaust happened. Please, it is necessary to remove any voices that do not understand and do not accept the fact that this happened. We cannot allow this to be taught to anyone, especially our children. They need to know the truth. Our children must know what has transpired. This can never happen again. Never again. Never again. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Roberto Gluck, and I am making a statement regarding agenda item BRD2. I'm a parent of 2 children who have gone through the Palm Beach County school system from K through 12. I've been a resident of Palm Beach County for over 30 years, and I am appalled and disgusted that a principal in our school system could possibly deny the Holocaust. My parents are survivors of the horrible atrocities that occurred, and many members of my family were brutally murdered in the concentration camps. For the school system to employ a Holocaust denier in any manner is an atrocity, and in any leadership role is a total disregard for our tax dollars. There are many great educators in our system, and to give another dollar to a man who is no more educated than a conspiracy theorist is an outrage. With that, I implore you to vote no on reinstatement of William Latson. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jocelyn Silverman. This is in reference to agenda item BRD2. I just wanted to urge you not to reinstate William Latson for principal. I think it's very shocking that somebody could still believe that the Holocaust hasn't happened, particularly in Palm Beach County, which is one of the largest Jewish communities in the United States. Just the fact that somebody could be in a position of power and education and not be educated themselves is very concerning, and I don't think that this is the right industry for them. So please do not reinstate William Latson. Thank you.
My name is Bram Scholar. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2.
I vote no.
The name is Dr. Moses Kranzler. I'm calling in regard to agenda item BRD2 to let you know how upset I am about the possible rehiring of William Latson. I just want to express my strong feelings about it, and I hope that does not go through. That's it. Thank you very much for listening.
Hi, my name is Sylvia Bruce Dowson. This is for agenda BRD2 in reference to William Larson being rehired after the comments he made about the Holocaust. As a member of the Jewish community, I find that anti-Semitic and he should never be rehired. The comments made that way, especially living in a community where the high amount of Jewish people, the high amount of Holocaust survivors, and he's been given the title of educator to educate our children and educate the children of the world, the children of Florida, and to deny the Holocaust ever existed. How can he teach something? How can he guide his teachers to teach something that he believes never really happened? And I don't believe that that's the right kind of educators we want in the state of Florida and in the world all over. And I think that the 3 members of the board that voted for him to be reinstated and to have $150,000 paid to him, that's prize money. I think those members should be disbarred. I think they should be taken off the board. I don't believe that they are qualified to lead our Florida's teachers and education system. If they're basically saying that the Holocaust never happened, they themselves are being anti-Semitic. And I think the 3 of them, plus Mr. Larson, should definitely lose their certification. Thank you.
I am calling regarding BRD2. My name is Nanette Fallick. I live in Boca Raton, and I think it is despicable to rehire a principal who denies a fact of history. He should not be given the opportunity to come back because you can't change a fact that's a fact and say, I made a mistake. Please consider this as a definite do not hire. Thank you.
My name is Natalie Levine, and this is in reference to BRD2. William Latson should definitely not be reinstated to any school. He was a terrible influence on young minds. He's even a terrible influence, as I see today, on older minds. Anyone who denies the Holocaust, there's something very wrong with them, and they should not be influencing young children. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Isaac Elishakov. I'm calling on the topic BRD2. And I'm actually surprised and stunned that Spanish River decided to reinstate Mr. Latson. There is absolutely no place for Holocaust deniers in our educational system. Neither this person apologized, neither he learned the topic. He wants students to learn, but he himself did not learn the topic and made statements that are far away from reality. There is no place for such people to educate children of United States of America. Thank you.
My name is Murray Resnick. I reside in Palm Beach Gardens and 130 the Palacio, Palm Beach Gardens. and I'm calling because I strongly feel that William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal, should not be benefited in any way with regard to his standing with the Board of Education as a result of denying that the Holocaust occurred. I gather that as a teacher, history is quite important for all of the people, and especially for students. And if you wish to deny that the Holocaust occurred, then likewise you could deny that slavery occurred. These are in fact history of our nation and of other nations, and denying that the Holocaust occurred gives a question as to his proper capability of explaining to children, whatever age, the facts of what history has shown to have in fact occurred. Therefore, I request that this board not look favorably upon him, and in any way they can show that. I think it's important for the community and the students to understand that no one and no teacher should be able to deny on the basis of fact an occurrence that has occurred. Thank you, and I hope the board will take this under consideration.
Good afternoon. Good morning. My name is Saul, S-A-U-L, Dreyer, D-R-E-I-E-R. I'm a Holocaust survivor, and I'm 95 years old. I live in Florida for the last 40 years. I've got 2 children, and I've got 10 grandchildren. I've got 3 great-grandchildren. I went through the whole Holocaust by myself. I lost a family of 25 people in my family in Poland. And I regret very much so that a man who got such a stature as a teacher denies the Holocaust. It's very, very, very bad. I am living with the Holocaust since I was 14 years old. The war started, and I'm living till today. I make a documentary all by myself, and if you need me, anybody needs me, I can vouch that I know what I'm talking about. I suffered from the Holocaust. Please, please, please understand me. Thank you very much, and goodbye and good luck.
Hi, my name is Raphael Eiger, R-A-P-H-A-E-L, last name Eiger, E-I-G-E-R. I'm calling about the item BRD2 regarding the reinstatement of William Latson. I am very much vehemently against his reinstatement based on the conduct that took place regarding the Holocaust denial. I would very much appreciate that be taken into account, as well as many of my peers and colleagues feeling similar thoughts on the matter. Again, the BRD2, I would greatly appreciate that my comments be taken under consideration, and a whole community that very much feels very opposed to his reinstatement. Again, BRD2 item, please vote
to not have Mr. Latson reinstated. Thank you so much, and wishing everyone a wonderful day. Take care.
Hello, my name is Elle Heyman. I am a resident of Palm Beach County and a retired teacher. I am so happy to hear that you are readdressing the issue with the Holocaust denier principal and whether he should be reinstated. If he is reinstated working with children and in a school setting, that is paramount to continuing this horrible denier philosophy. We feel like we are living in pre-Nazi Germany if you are going to allow this man to be actively involved in education. Shame on him, and I am so glad to realize that you all are going to readdress this issue and see it from the perspective of education and learning. We cannot deny the past. It happened, and him denying it tells us something about his education and background and his beliefs, and it's very frightening in our society today to have an educator that would believe that there was no Holocaust when all those millions of people were killed. Please have some human decency that is so needed in our United States these days, and make this person understand that he is on the wrong side of educating our children and should not be part of the Palm Beach education system. Thank you for listening to me.
This message is in regard to agenda topic item BRD2. My name is Deborah Steinerman. I'm the daughter of a Holocaust survivor, and I'm the president and co-founder of the Vermont Holocaust Memorial. The news of the rehiring of William Latson by the Palm Beach School Board has become a national concern, something your board and community should be ashamed of. The Holocaust is one of the most documented genocidal events in history. There is no denying it, period. No one can or should be allowed to doubt the Holocaust, most of all, an educator. Your students deserve to be taught the facts. Since William Latson cannot bring himself to state with authority the fact of the Holocaust, proves he should not be rehired in any educator capacity. Thank you for listening to my message. Please take it to heart. Make the right decision for your students and for their future. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robert Strauss. I live in Boca Raton, 33433. I am calling in regards to the agenda BRD2, and I do not believe that Mr. Latson should be reinstated. It is a horrible thing that what he said, and there are many of us who are children and grandchildren of survivors, and we've heard many a story, and please do not rehire somebody who makes the comments that he made. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Yes, my name is Donna Ashland, and I'm voting against reinstating Mr. Latson. Item BRD2. Thank you.
Yes, hello. My name is Josh Yavna, very proud Jewish American who believes in equality for everyone in this country, regardless of their religion, sexual orientation, or however else they wish to identify themselves. And I'm just calling today regarding agenda item BRD2, the possibility of reinstating William Latson, who I've been following, and I believe is, it's clear he's a Holocaust denier. And the idea that this individual can possibly be thought to be any sort of educator for children or any young minds is deplorable. Racism, bigotry, anti-Semitism, any hatred for anyone is just deplorable. I could go on, but I'm sure this is going to be a very long meeting with many comments. and this is just completely unacceptable. It's beyond un-American, and although I don't wish anyone to not have a job in this beyond tough time for all of us, this person does not deserve this job, and no one who pushes any sort of hatred or propaganda or any sort of evil agenda should not be a principal at all, or any sort of job, anything similar to that, working with children or just pushing this hatred. It's beyond sickening. And I hope that the board makes the right decision regarding this. God bless America, each and every one of us, and I hope we all get out of all this craziness soon. Wishing you all the best.
Hello, I am calling regarding Agenda BRD2 regarding the reinstatement of William Latson. My name is Dr. Amy Fader. I find it apprehensible that you guys would even consider and have at some point reinstated him for his denial of the Holocaust. If he cannot state that the Holocaust unequivocally occurred, then I highly question his ability to be an educator. Would this be acceptable if he said slavery didn't happen? Obviously not, because that's a hot topic. It is simply not acceptable for him to state that he cannot say the Holocaust occurred. Obviously, he needs to be educated and maybe take a few history classes himself. Thank you. Goodbye.
My name is Ruth Balanson, and I'm calling in reference to William Latson, and I want to vote no to rehiring, and this is for board number 2. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sharon Lipper. I'm calling from New Jersey regarding agenda item B as in boy, R like in Robert, D as in David, the number 2, whereby you're considering rehiring or reinstating William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal, a public Holocaust denier. I am the child of Holocaust survivors who are no longer with us. And I would really appreciate it if you did not reinstate this principal. It's part of our history, just like anything else. You want to tear down statues, be my guest. But to deny that something actually happened when I know for a fact that it did is simply unacceptable. And to give that person a voice among children to spread lies is beyond unacceptable. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Bye.
My name is Sally Rabb. I'm calling regarding agenda number BRD2 regarding the firing of William Latson. I do not want him to be reinstated. He should not be in the school system. He is denying history. He is denying the Holocaust. He should not be a principal any longer. He should not be in the school system at all. Thank you.
Hello, my name is George Singer. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I'm opposed to rehiring William Latson, the former principal of Spanish River High School. His comments on the Holocaust as a denier is absurd. A learned man should know his history. He seems to deny history. How do you teach children to be selective about denying history, believing in history? Palm Beach County has many Holocaust survivors. What do you say to them? That's an insult that Holocaust didn't happen, that you're not sure it didn't happen. There's plenty of historical documentation. Certainly there's a Holocaust museum in almost every state. In Florida there's one, in Miami. Then there's a national one in Washington, D.C. How can you say that the Holocaust didn't exist or you can't speak to it because you don't have personal experience? where there's a lot of instances where we don't have personal experiences to history. We rely on facts. If he can't rely on facts from reputable sources, I can't see him leading children going forward. Thank you very much. Please do not rehire William Latson. That's the end.
My name is William Ganonsky. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2 regarding the firing of William Latson, principal of Spanish River High School. I find it very upsetting that a person who cannot say that the Holocaust actually happened is leading our children in Palm Beach County. It is very upsetting to me and my family who have lost family members in the Holocaust, and if you need to speak to any of them, it's impossible. How is it possible, though, that William Latson can actually deny this? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Robert Blaska. I live in Boca Raton, Florida. I am responding to BRD2. Having had substantial family lost in the Holocaust, and as well as speaking for other families who've had loss in this Holocaust, I find it outrageous that somebody could actually deny a historical fact that affected so many millions of people, both Jewish and non-Jewish, for a total of at least 11 million. At that point in time, that was a vast majority of the populace. I think it is raw and dangerous to consider a situation such as this. Anybody who denies history fails to watch it repeat itself. Thank you very much for listening to my comments.
Hello, my name is Hagit Chakar and I live in Boca Raton. I'm calling regarding the agenda item number BRD2. We consider rehiring Mr. Latson. I wish you guys strongly reconsider rehiring him as an educator, since he denied an historic, horrible, and horrific occurrence that did happen. And as a Jewish person, and even my friends that are non-Jewish, feel strongly offended by his comments. I wish you strongly reconsider and don't hire him back. Thank you so much. Take care.
This is Stephen Borzak calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I'm calling to express astonishment and disbelief that the board would consider reinstating a Holocaust denier to have a role in the education of our children. As a taxpayer, I find it difficult to believe that although everyone is entitled to their own opinion, not everyone is entitled to their own facts. The analogy would be that if an individual thought of denying American slavery as being a matter of opinion, how the board would react to such a matter. They are very closely analogous. And I argue that Mr. Latson, while he may be a fine individual, should have no role in the education of our children if his position is that the Holocaust is a matter of opinion and not a matter of fact that requires education for our children. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Peter Lefton. In regard to agenda number BRD2, I want to say that I'm totally opposed to the rehiring of the principal who is a Holocaust denier. It's beyond belief that you would even consider reinstating this man to his position. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Roy Esch, and I'm calling about BRD2. Please do not reinstate William Latson. Our generation has a responsibility to provide accurate historical information to the next generation. I have 2 young children, and it's a travesty to have somebody deny the Holocaust, just as it would be a travesty to deny any important historical event, such as slavery in the U.S. or anything like that. So please
do not reinstate this person. He, you know, I do live in Florida. I'm a Florida resident with 2 young kids, and it's our responsibility to educate our children the right way with historical facts. So thank you for taking time to listen to me, and I hope you make the responsible decision and do not succumb to pressure, whether it's political or environmental or anything like that. We have to stand up, and we have to make sure that we do what's right for history purposes, for people and humanity. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Sharon Schechter, and I live in East Boca Raton, 400 Northeast 2nd Street. I am calling regarding item number BRD2, which has to do with William Latson, the Spanish River High School principal, who publicly denied the Holocaust and remains unapologetic. In this day and age, there is no reason to deny the Holocaust. I always thought that it was the government put into play where Holocaust education was mandatory. There's photographs, there's films, there's Holocaust survivors, there's the concentration camps you can look at, there's footage, there's museums, on and on and on. Okay? Anyone who can deny or say that they have no proof that over 6 million Jews died at the hands of the Nazis is beyond my comprehension. All my life, I have always vowed to never forget. And I've heard many Holocaust survivors in my life. And we can never let this happen again. Never, ever, ever forget. And this man should never, ever be allowed to teach or work. Thank you.
This is regarding agenda item BRD2. My name is Ari Titan, A-R-I-E. Last name is Titan, T as in Tom, A-Y-K-A-N. And my comment is simply this. How could you possibly consider having a principal of a high school who works with kids, who doesn't think the Holocaust was an actual event? I mean, how can you do that, okay? As a son of Holocaust survivors who endured the Holocaust, I can certainly attest to the Holocaust being a real thing. I suggest the principal should go to either the Holocaust Museum in Washington or even go to Poland and see what has taken place in their museum, either in Auschwitz or in Warsaw. I think you should really consider rehiring him. Matter of fact, you should consider fire him and let him get educated first before you put him around children of high school age. Thank you very much. and I hope you do the following.
Hi, I'm calling regarding case number BRD2. That's B as in boy, R as in Robert, D as in dog, and the number 2. My name is Susan Berger, and I am calling because it is unacceptable to reinstate William Larson to his position in the school. He is a Holocaust denier. He is not speaking the truth. He is not looking at proof and millions of documented. This is historical fact. I don't know why he's denying it. He continues to deny it, that it even happened, and that's how we incite hate in our children. If instructors get to pick and choose what they can teach our children, what type of education is that? And he is the Basely School principal. He speaks to the students and the teachers about what to teach, and it's just the wrong thing. He's denying what's historical fact. And I hope that he will not be reinstated. Please do not reinstate William Larson to his position. Thank you. Hi, I'm calling regarding case number BRD2. That's B as in boy, R as in Robert, D as in dog, and the number 2. My name is Susan Berger, and I am calling because it is unacceptable to reinstate William Larson to his position in the school. He is a Holocaust denier. He is not speaking the truth. He is not looking at proof and millions of documented. This is historical fact. I don't know why he's denying it. He continues to deny it, that it even happened, and that's how we incite hate in our children. If instructors get to pick and choose what they can teach our children, what type of education is that? And he is the Basely School principal. He speaks to the students and the teachers about what to teach, and it's just the wrong thing. He's denying what's historical fact. And I hope that he will not be reinstated. Please do not reinstate William Larson to his position. Thank you.
My name is Vanessa Cohn. I am calling regarding Agenda BRD2 involving Mr. William Latson. Mr. Latson is a Holocaust denier. We all know that the Holocaust happened. Those who deny it are either ignorant or pursuing an anti-Semitic agenda. If Mr. Latson is so ignorant about history, he should not be teaching our children. If Mr. Latson is pursuing an anti-Semitic agenda, he should not be teaching our children. Either way, Mr. Latson should not be teaching our children, especially in these times of division and rampant misinformation. We should be teaching our children that the truth matters. Thank you.
Hello, this is Francine Capel. I'm talking about agenda item B as in boy, R as in Robert, D as in David 2. I believe that William Latson should be fired, the former Spanish high school principal, and he should not be reinstated. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Manuel Wortman. I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2. My comment is that it's incomprehensible during this time in our country's history that the board is considering to rehire someone who is teaching Holocaust denial. We are a country that's experienced hatred of all sorts, hatreds of people of color, hatreds of people of different races, religions, and no one has been able to unify the country. Rehiring William Ladson just promotes the same kind of feelings of hatred towards other people, as he's been known to teach Holocaust denial to youngsters. As an educator, he has a lot of influence over kids, and it's just incomprehensible that he'd be allowed to continue this kind of teaching. Again, please consider my comments. I hope the board makes the right decision in not rehiring him. Again, the country needs to come together to fight discrimination and prejudice and bigotry and hatred. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Lois Lubell. I want to comment on the agenda item BRD2. It's about William Ladson. I think it's a disgrace that he's being rehired with his back pay for the comments he made. Obviously, when he was dismissed, they thought that there was good cause, and now all of a sudden they're going to rehire him. I think it's an abomination. I think it's not setting a good example for our children, our students, our families, that we're so hurt by this. I think that this needs to be reconsidered, and I'm definitely against the rehiring of William Ladson. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shira Kesak. I'm a resident of Boca Raton. I am calling to strongly urge you as the board of Palm Beach Schools to vote no on agenda item BRD2, reinstatement of William Ladson, Holocaust denier and former principal of Spanish River High School. How could you even consider such a person to have an influence on children? Holocaust denying is blatant anti-Semitism. I wish it was deniable. I wish the Holocaust never happened, but it did, and to deny it is denying the most painful atrocity in recent history of the Jewish people. Denying the Holocaust or refusing to admit that it took place is denying the killing of not only 6 million Jews in gas chambers, but also the torture and cold blood murder of many gypsies, homosexuals, people with disabilities, Jehovah's Witnesses, and other innocent people. In my opinion, William Ladson should be mandated to visit every Holocaust memorial and museum in the USA before being employed in any capacity, let alone be involved in education of innocent young minds. He should then take a test on his knowledge of the information before being considered for any job, even ones where he may not have any human interaction. Then watch every movie that exists related to the Holocaust. When all of that is complete, an in-person apology to any living Holocaust survivor in this country should be required by Ladson. I personally have worked in the Palm Beach School District, and I've gotten to know many of the sweet students in our district. They deserve to be influenced and taught by wholesome, genuine people. I'm sure you are all a people of value and integrity and wouldn't want to be personally involved with the spreading of hate, lies, and divisiveness. Rehiring William Ladson is an active spreading of anti-Semitism in our country. As a Jewish resident of Boca Raton, I'm appalled at this consideration. Please vote no. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Gadd. I'm calling regarding the firing of William Ladson, the former Spanish River High School principal, who is a Holocaust denier, regarding agenda item BRD2. I think that's all I have. And I basically just wanted to add my opinion that I feel as though he should stay fired as a fellow Jew who is from South Florida with many friends who attended Spanish River, as well as a granddaughter of a Holocaust survivor, and understanding all of the hardships and struggles he had to face to make it to where he is today, and evidently that's how I am here today. So with people denying the Holocaust, it's very disheartening, if you will, and it comes across as uneducated despite the evidence provided, especially as a former educator himself of William Ladson. I feel as though it's so irresponsible of him to be fired and then rehired, given the money being compensated to him during his departure. And I feel as though it's unfair to the large Jewish population in South Florida, especially at Spanish River. And I hope you take this into consideration. You can call me back at this number. I know I'm not going to say it. And thank you so much. Have a great day.
Yes, hi. Good morning. My name is Stephen Fisk, F as in Frank, IFKE. I am a Florida resident, and I am calling regarding William Ladson, the former principal of Spanish River High School, regarding his Holocaust denial statement. I was very proud of the board for taking it extremely seriously and firing him. However, the rehiring of Mr. Ladson is quite despicable. There are so many Holocaust survivors in your community in Florida. My uncle is one of them. I work tirelessly for the Jewish community to keep us safe. Anti-Semitism is on the rise, as we see it almost daily. And the move to give back pay and reinstatement of his job is a serious blow to equal rights for all people. What starts with the Jews never ends with the Jews, and it is a tragedy that 6 million people died in vain when a community leader can speak so openly with falsehoods and deceit and lies. Thank you very much. I hope you can reconsider the hiring of William Ladson. Have a nice day.
Good afternoon. My name is Tammy Clark. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD, as in David, 2. I'm 49 years old. I grew up in northern Palm Beach County. I now have 4 children, and I live in Boca Raton. My 4 children range in age from 11 to 18. I'm absolutely horrified at the thought, the mere consideration of any reappointment or reassignment of any kind for a Holocaust denier anywhere in the world, especially in Florida, especially where I live. It is so beyond thought that in this day and age of inclusion, and we're trying to encourage tolerance and civility, that we would want to expose a population of children to someone who feels like their history is not one that he wants to include. Facts of our society, facts of our history. We have many family members who were part of the Holocaust, who fled the Nazis. To imagine that my children would be exposed to an educator who does not choose to include them in the history of our country or the history of the world is beyond the thought for myself, for my family, for my ancestors, and for our future. Please, I beseech you, on behalf of all that is good and right, do not allow the reinstatement in any way, shape, or form for this individual. Thank you very much. Again, my name is Tammy Clark. Have a great day.
Hi, my name is Jordana Kamenetsky Bernstein. I grew up in Boca Raton, Florida. I'm calling from New York, regarding the reinstatement of Principal William Ladson. As a granddaughter of a Holocaust survivor, I think that there is absolutely no reason to give William Ladson back his position. To even engage in a debate of whether the Holocaust was real or not is an insult. It's anti-Semitic. No other historical event would be even considered to be a conversation. I can name 20 off the top of my head that I don't think I even need to mention. I strongly urge the board to reconsider the reinstatement and speak on behalf of many of my peers, and please reach out with any questions. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
This is Susan Gerstmann. I'm a resident at 5762 Island Reach Lane, Boynton Beach. I am calling in reference to agenda item BRD2. I am very, very, very much in favor of the firing of Mr. William Latson, and I hope that the board will continue to keep this person out of the school system. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Helen Wolf, phone number 561-368-5720. I'm very upset that the education has actually hired a man, this Mr. Latson, who doesn't seem to be knowledgeable of the Holocaust or probably anything, any history. Besides the Holocaust, it wasn't just Jews that were murdered. Russia had murdered 20 million besides Jews in Germany being murdered at 6 million. This is very upsetting. Someone like this who denies it should not be in education at all. It's important for all students to understand and know this, that this can possibly happen again if they're not careful, and that they should all know history. Obviously, I don't think this is being taught in the schools, and it worries me. Thank you for letting me have my remarks. Bye.
Yes, my name is Seth Entin, E-N-T-I-N. I'm a resident of Boca Raton, and I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I'd like to let you know that I support the firing of William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal who refuses to acknowledge that the Holocaust happened. I am a relative of people who were killed during the Holocaust, and I strongly support his firing. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Melanie Kamenetsky from Boca Raton, and this is in regarding to BRD2 regarding the reinstatement of William Latson. I would like to respectfully express my sincere and profound opposition to his reinstatement. Holocaust denial in Germany and 15 other European countries is punishable as a crime. It's unconscionable that we should allow such heinous, false, and unfounded propaganda to permeate our schools. It is an insult to all the Americans, the American servicemen who fought and sacrificed in World War II, as well as to the survivors and those who perished in the Holocaust. Please vote no. Thank you so much for your time.
In connection with William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal who refuses to acknowledge that the Holocaust happened, I wish to urge the board not to hire William Latson, as teaching our youth of today that the Holocaust never happened is depriving them of lessons of history and the dangers of bias, bigotry, and hatred, and how these can have such a harmful and detrimental effect on our humanity. Please do not give William Latson a chance to affect our future leaders of our society with such false and harmful teachings. Thank you. My name is Arthur Gober from the state of Florida. Thank you.
This is in regard to Agenda BRD2, the high school principal, William Latson. It is absolutely outrageous that the board would consider rehiring him and allowing him near any children. This is outrageous and a disgrace to the Palm Beach school areas. My name is Marilyn Pavadator, and I'm from Boynton Beach. Bye.
Good morning. My name is Linda Raychuk. I'm calling from Voorhees, New Jersey, about the Board of Ed's reconsideration of the firing of William Latson. I am a Jewish American. My parents were immigrants, and his denial of the Holocaust is an affront to the memory of all those who suffered and died. Please, I implore you as an American citizen and as a proud Jew not to reinstate this anti-Semitic person. Thank you for your consideration. I'm hoping that the board will do the right thing.
This is Seth Lappin, S-E-T-H, L-A, P as in Peter, I-N, in reference to B as in boy, R-D-2, William Latson, L-A-T-S-O-N. He should not be reinstated as the school principal. Every child knows that the Holocaust took place. And my grandparents, my great-grandparents, had relatives that perished in the Holocaust. Every child knows he should not be reinstated. Thank you.
My name is Donna Render. I'm calling on agenda item BRD2 regarding the reinstatement of William Latson, the Spanish River High School principal who publicly denied the Holocaust. And it's beyond me, really, that he would even be reconsidered. To say he doesn't know if the Holocaust even happened, either he's very uneducated and shouldn't be a principal, or he is anti-Semitic and doesn't care about the 6 million Jews who were killed in the Holocaust. And there were a total of 13 million not Jews, but 13 million people killed by the Nazis. And you just can't pretend that it didn't happen. And for him to do that and not even be apologetic about it, the gentleman should not be in education. And I encourage you to not reinstate him and let him be fired, let him find a vocation somewhere else. Thank you very much.
My name is Phyllis Copeland. I'm calling about Agenda BRD2. A couple of days ago, I read an article in the Herald about the school board. They had fired your principal because he did not believe in the Holocaust, and then they were rehiring him. When I read that article, it was such a slap in the face. I could not believe it. My husband is a Holocaust survivor. He also is a Korean War veteran. When he came to this country, he decided he was going to become a citizen, and when he did that, they drafted right away, and after leaving the horror in Germany, they sent him to Korea, and he was on the front line. So he has suffered plenty in his lifetime. And then to hear that you're rehiring somebody to be a principal who does not believe in the Holocaust is unimaginable. And I am just so upset that I wrote a letter to the Herald, and I got such a nice response. People were calling me and telling me what a good job I did to alert people. There should be Holocaust education on the school agenda. It's not right that this thing is forgotten. There are too many people, 6 million, who suffered and suffered and suffered. My husband lost his mother, his father, 3 little sisters, and countless other relatives just because he was Jewish. In this day and age, there's so much anti-Semitism. I don't know why. The Jewish people are very nice people. They're intelligent. They invent invent things and do things to help everybody else. And to have them slapped in the face like this, it's very upsetting. But I understand that there's going to be a revote. The thing is that these people, they're probably young and they don't know. They don't teach enough about the Holocaust. So they really need an education. And please have them speak to some survivors. That would be the best thing. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maxine Walden. I've been a resident of Boca Raton for 26 years, and I have been following the story of Mr. Latson's firing in the paper, and I understand that he's been reinstated, which I'm calling to say that I object to that. He's a Holocaust denier. There's no question that the Holocaust existed and happened, and we have Holocaust survivors in our community. And he was very inappropriate, and don't feel that he's the one. I feel that he's unfit for that position, and I don't feel he should be reinstated, and I don't feel that he should have his back salary. So that's why I'm calling. I understand that the item is on the agenda for the board meeting. Thank you very much for listening. I appreciate you having that forum for the community. Thank you.
This is Lois Lustig from New York. I'm calling regarding agenda item number BRD2 regarding the firing of Mr. Latson. I am not a Holocaust survivor. However, I know many Holocaust survivors who were fortunate to get away with their lives. They lost many members of their family, and many of them had to grow up with their children having no aunts, uncles, grandparents, or cousins. And it's unconscionable that someone should deny or claim that the Holocaust never happened. It happened. It is a terrible thing that happened. It should never happen again, and there should be no opportunity for anyone to ever mar the memory of these people who were lost and murdered whatever word is, without any care of anything about them. They did not care that they were human beings. They just murdered them. They treated them like the dust of the earth or worse. It cannot happen for someone to deny the Holocaust and teach our children these terrible things as if they did not happen. He must not be reinstated. Thank you.
My name is Gail Gold, and I am calling in reference to the vote to reinstate Mr. Lawson to his position as superintendent of the school. He's a Holocaust denier, and I have no words to express how appalled I am that the board would consider reinstating him. As a child of two survivors whose grandparents all were exterminated in Treblinka, I really beg you to educate our children with the truth, with the facts, and you will be abetting the process if you go ahead and reinstall this gentleman. I beg you to look at the facts and to do the right thing. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rotem Carmel, and I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I am in shock that you guys are even considering reinstating this gentleman who, I don't even know I'm calling him a gentleman, but the guy that is a Holocaust denier. It's completely absurd. We live in Boca Raton. It is the year 2020. Wake up and smell the coffee, people. This is unacceptable. You guys should absolutely not reinstate him. And he owes the entire Jewish and non-Jewish population an apology. Thank you very much for hearing my thoughts.
Hello, my name is Ita Panuski, and my husband is Jason Panuski. My husband is the grandchild of 4 Holocaust survivors. We are calling regarding the Palm Beach Board of Education revote today on Wednesday, October 21st, regarding the firing of William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal, a Holocaust denier. This is agenda item BRD2. We are extremely opposed to the rehiring of this principal. As an educator, he is responsible to teach our future generations about tolerance and caring for others. How can a person in this position do so when denying the innocent death of 6 million Jews? The Holocaust is not only about fighting anti-Semitism, it is taught in schools across the country in order to teach tolerance of all religions and race. Please make the right decision today for our students. Thank you.
This is David Harris calling on agenda item BRD2, the vote on William Latson, principal of high school in Boca. This is nothing new to you. I'm sure you have heard this many times already. Holocaust denial is unacceptable, period. It would appear that this man is incapable, based on his repeated dysfunctional actions, of grasping this concept. It appears that no amount of education can fix this gentleman. It would seem that the school board should take its chances with civil court if needed. There is no justification for this, as Holocaust denial is an equivalent to anti-Semitism, which is a form of racism. The school board could find themselves elected out if they do not consider this strongly, whether it be this year or in future years. Thank you. Bye-bye.
My name is Alan Flussberg. I live in Palm Beach County in Century Village, and I am calling with respect to agenda topic BRD2, the reinstatement of Latson as principal after he denied the Holocaust. I would like to express my outrage and to mention that more than 100 of my relatives were killed in the Holocaust. I find this statement by him and his unwillingness to apologize explicitly for what he said to be outrageous, and he does not belong in the Palm Beach County school system.
Yes, hi. My name is Jules Roberts. I was a former paramedic up north, and I'm calling about William Latson, and I'll just make it easy. I work with black people. I work with white people. Doesn't matter what color you are. It's what you are inside. And that's what really, really bothers me. It seems like what's going on in the world today, I really don't understand it. But if you're black and you commit crimes or you're racist, you can get away with it. If you're white, you're wrong. It has nothing to do with color. It just really doesn't. If we were all colorblind and we didn't know what color we were, what difference would it make? It's who we are inside. You're doing the wrong thing. Just because a person's black and everything's exaggerated right now, it doesn't make sense. Either you're a racist or you're a good person that accepts people. And that's the way the world should be. And you know, and I know, that William Latson is a racist. To say that the Holocaust didn't exist, how would you like if we said to him, slavery never existed? The truth is that I am Jewish, and Jewish people have been enslaved for over 6,000 years. and in the Holocaust, 6 million Jews were killed. It really hurts me inside. It just doesn't make sense. This is history. And when people say that, they're racist. And I just can't take, because he's black, he gets a free pass. It doesn't make sense. Color doesn't give anyone a free pass. So you've got to do the right thing. In life, you have to, I'm not angry. I'm just so confused over the whole thing because it has to make sense. And guess what, school board? You don't make sense. You have to do the right thing in life. And the right thing is no one is entitled to have racist. They can think racist, but to preach it to our children, this is all wrong. Please do the right thing and do not let William Ladson back in the school board. He has to be punished. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Joe Behar. I live in Hollywood, Florida. I'm calling in regards to the topic regarding Principal William Ladson. As a Spanish River alumnus, I think that it's despicable to think that he would be reinstated. Being a Holocaust denier, especially in the world we live in today where anti-Semitism is on a rise. I think there's no place for that, especially as a leader in education, and especially in a school such as Spanish River with such a strong Jewish community. I understand people deserve a second chance, but I don't think in that role. I think that would be a great disservice to the community and not the example the school board should be giving for somebody who blatantly denied a fact in history. Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to share my comments. I hope the board will do the right thing.
Hello, my name is Mark Bienenfeld. I'm calling in regards to agenda item BRD2 regarding the revote for William Ladson to be reinstated. I'm against this as he refuses to acknowledge the Holocaust as a historical fact, and I'm against this vote. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leonard Glenstein. I'm a Palm Beach County resident. I'm calling regarding BRD2 agenda item. Please, I beseech you not to reinstate William Ladson. This kind of a decision would at the very least condone and reinforce Holocaust denial, an insidious and pernicious form of anti-Semitism. How could anyone in charge of education of our children say things like, I can't say the Holocaust is a factual historical event because I'm not in a position to do so as a school district employee, and then double down on that, saying that there are parents who have the same kind of beliefs? This is awful. What's his job? It's his job as an educator to educate, not blindly accept ignorance. His advocating what amounts to willful ignorance is a serious breach of his ethical responsibility. It's time to hire someone who will promote genuine education and not falsehoods and willful ignorance. Please don't reinstate William Ladson. We must communicate a firm and unqualified message that Holocaust denial and other forms of anti-Semitism will not be tolerated. I'm a second generation. My father, blessed memory, and my father-in-law, blessed memory, were both Holocaust survivors of Auschwitz. This is a fact. It's indisputable. And anyone who argues they don't know or says otherwise should investigate the facts. Isn't that what education is about? And not promote Holocaust denial or reinforce it or willful ignorance. Do the job. Our kids need this. We need to know history. We need to know the lessons of history and not denial. Please don't condone this form of anti-Semitism. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. My name is Dr. Irving Berkowitz. I am a retired Dean of Academic Affairs from Palm Beach State College, and I retired from a 42-year career as leaders of institutions of higher education throughout the United States. I am also the son of Holocaust survivors, survivors of the most infamous of all the extermination camps during the Holocaust, Auschwitz-Birkenau. My mother was just buried at age 95 2 years ago and suffered not only in Auschwitz but at 6 other concentration camps. I have devoted my entire life to the study and public speaking on Holocaust and on Holocaust education. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2, and I want to register my most vehement objection to the reinstatement of Principal Latson to his position, given the ultimate of irresponsibility by essentially siding with people that deny what is undeniable, the Holocaust. As a matter of fact, as a public educator myself and as an education leader, it is courage and obligation that make it imperative that we take a firm stand on historical fact. We would no sooner deny that the institution of slavery existed, that apartheid in South Africa existed, or that the Holocaust took place. And all this within living memory. My family, my entire extended family, were murdered by the Nazis and their collaborators. So I want to strongly, strongly encourage the Board of Education here to take a responsible position and to say that a person such as Mr. Latson has no legitimate place and authority where he can exercise his opinion that the Holocaust was not factual. So please, I urge you to think about, reconsider the vote to reinstate this man, and dedicate yourselves to fulfilling the statutory obligation to teach Holocaust education. Thank you.
Hello, this is Barbara Rosenzweig. I'm commenting on agenda item BRD2. I feel that the William Latson should not be reinstated. He is a Holocaust denier. There is absolutely no proof at all that it did not occur. There is overwhelming evidence that it did, and if he is a school principal, it's unconscionable that he should be in that position with that idea. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Lori Schechter. I'm calling about BRD2, about William Latson, the principal that was fired and then rehired. He had stated that he can't say that the Holocaust is a factual event. I don't know how this person has made it to be a principal, especially in a Jewish area in the school, Spanish River, where my children attended. I had 3 children that attended there. I don't know how he was able to rise to that position. A skilled teacher is supposed to know about factual events in history and about genocide taking place in history. Maybe if he is able to keep his new job because he was rehired, maybe he should be taught about these things and then teach a class on it. but I do believe that there is teachers need to learn about this more. They should be re-educated if needed, and because there's evidence that Holocaust education reduces anti-Semitism. So I hope that he does not keep his new job unless he is re-educated. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Gail Costantini, and I am from Ohio. I am calling in regard to Agenda BRD2 regarding Mr. William Latson, Spanish River High School, as principal. I'd like to say that being a child of survivors, I find this most appalling. Denial of anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic comments, expressions of hate must end when an educator and representative of our educational system cannot firmly say that the Holocaust existed is unacceptable. And to also say that not everyone believes the Holocaust happened and allows the option for students to opt out of these programs, which as I understand are mandated in Florida, speaks strongly against this educational representative. This isn't sex ed or religious class. This is about humanity and extends far beyond the classroom. Mr. Latson needs to know that my parents, my father, who if not for the U.S. Army, who liberated Buchenwald concentration camp on April 11, 1945, and was carried out by them to a hospital as skin and bones, would surely have died. He who lost his brothers and sisters and large extended family at the hands of the Nazis in Treblinka. My mother and sisters interned, it was her sisters, were interned as slave laborers in the Sudetenland. And as her parents died in the gas chambers in Auschwitz, that this was not fiction. Our educators can't look the other way and make up a new narrative. Kids need to learn and draw their own conclusions. That's education, and that's why we study history. Thank you.
This is Doris Lustig, resident of Delray Beach, Florida. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I would like to urge the members of the board to not reinstate the Holocaust denier, to educate our children. Thank you. Bye.
This is Linda Brown. Oppose the school board rehiring Latson in any capability. It sends students and their families a wrong and dangerous message. The agenda item is BRD2. If Mr. Latson is to stay based on law, then I suggest that being reinstated, that he speaks with Holocaust survivors and has his high school students hear their stories. Thank you.
My name is Frank Setterin. I'm calling about agenda topic BRD2. I am calling about William Latson, the principal of Spanish River High School. I am appalled that a survivor of the Holocaust would be let go.
He's not a survivor. He's against.
I mean, he's a person, I'm sorry, that's against denier, and I'm appalled that he's being let go for that.
No, you're appalled that
he is that the board's considering rehiring.
Okay, I'm appalled that the board is considering rehiring this person. Okay.
Hi, my name is Carol Cohn, and I'm calling to leave a message regarding agenda item BRD2. I am calling regarding the possibility of reinstating Principal William Latson. The reason I'm calling is because it is my understanding that he did not want to acknowledge that the Holocaust took place or to have it included in curriculum, and I am incredibly offended with this, as this is a very, very, very true and real part of history, as portions of my family have been in the war, prisoners of war, in concentration camps, and it needs to be remembered so that it doesn't get repeated, just as other things in history should not just be deleted because an individual did not find it to be verified in their research or in their belief. They need to actually go back and see. We still have survivors today with tattoos of their concentration camp numbers. And as these die out, due to how many years have passed, it is even more important that this era does not get erased from history. So I am beseeching that you do not reinstate Principal Latson. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tali Ann Katz. I am calling in regard to the agenda of and the number of BRD2. Dear members of the Board of Education, it's unimaginable in this day and age that any person of sound mind would call into question the validity of the Holocaust and the murder of 6 million Jews and thousands others. It's incomprehensible that William Latson, a principal of a school whose role is to lead his faculty and be an example of truth and integrity, would take such a stand that it is not only inexcusable but indefensible. We are seeing a rise in anti-Semitism in this country and throughout the world, and therefore more than ever we need our educators to speak truth to power in regard to anti-Semitism, racism, and any other form of discrimination. I, Sally Katz, am a former educator in the public school system and the Jewish community, and I implore the board to not reinstate William Latson as principal of Spanish River School. Thank you so much.
My name is Francesca Sonnenreich. I am calling about BRD2. I am not Jewish. I am a former teacher. Although one is entitled to First Amendment rights, Mr. Latson is an educator who is teaching false facts to his pupils. I am certain if a principal said there was no such thing as slavery, there would be riots in the streets and he would be fired, if not shot. Educators should teach historical facts based on evidence about events, whether the events were good or bad, not voice personal opinion. Mr. Latson, in my opinion, should be fired without recommendation. Thank you for your consideration.
Yes, good morning. My name is Samuel Sanders. I live in Boynton Beach. I'm calling about the meeting. I'm calling about BRD2, about the Holocaust denial situation with the teacher. I would like to let you know that my parents, who came out of the Holocaust, had 29 siblings before it started, and came out with 5. My father-in-law, he lost his wife and 3 children. He remarried my mother-in-law when he came to America. And I'm sure the litany continues of the disaster that pursued from the World War II and the Holocaust as we know it today, where over 6 million Jews, over 1 million Gypsies, and other people were killed. So I think the teacher should be held in low regard and should be let go permanently. Have a great day.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Gene Klein,
and I'm calling regarding agenda number B as in boy, R as in Richard, D as in David, 2. Again, I'm calling about agenda number BRD 2. Thank you. I'm not here to take up too much of your time. I am Jewish, I am a parent, and I am concerned that this board rehired an individual who cannot say for sure that the Holocaust happened. I suppose it may be too much to ask that public school principals be scholars, but is it too much to ask that an educational leader be familiar with one of the pivotal events of the 20th century? We are living in an age where anti-Semitism cloaks itself in the pseudo-scholarly robes of Holocaust denial. We are living in an age where racism cloaks itself in the pseudo-scholarly robes of Southern heritage and the lost cause. And we live in an age where ignorance of science demands to be called personal freedom. This issue transcends politics. This issue transcends culture. Educational institutions are where history is taught, cherished, and safeguarded. They must not be a place where history is erased. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
My name is Dan Marantz, M-A-R-A-N-T-Z, and I'm calling in reference to agenda number BRD2, and I would like it to be known that I object strongly to the idea of reinstating Mr. Latson on the grounds that anti-Semitism has grown too strong, too much, and it is becoming too all common within our society, and we need to recognize where it is when it's being expressed, especially when it's in a school and influencing young children. And therefore I object to his being rehired. And I thank you for your time. Bye.
Hello, my name is Maureen Marantz, M-A-R-A-N-T-Z. I'm calling about BRD2. I wish to leave a message that I am objecting to his being reinstated. I don't believe in his approach, and I'd like to go on record for it. Please leave my name on Wednesday that I am calling against his being reinstated. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Esther Behar, and the agenda item is BRD2. I'm calling in regards that I'm a member of the Boca Raton community, and it is unacceptable for William Latson to be reinstated and responsible for the education of our youth, considering that he refuses to acknowledge the historical facts of the Holocaust. We have survivors here in our own community, and that kind of thinking is wrong and unthinkable. Please, please don't allow it for him to be reinstated. Thank you.
My name is Marla Galler, and I am calling you to urge you to not reinstate Holocaust denier William Latson. As the granddaughter of 4 Holocaust survivors,
I don't understand, and I fully don't understand, and excuse me because the topic makes me very emotional, how someone could deny such a monstrosity. The Holocaust broke my family apart from each other, and I don't, if William Latson was able to see the marks that were left on my grandfather's back from being whipped by German officers, I don't think he would be able to deny such an event. Again, I urge you to not reinstate him. Our children deserve better. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Park. I live in Orlando, Florida, and I wanted to let you guys know that I appreciate the opportunity to leave a comment in regards to the reconsideration of the firing of William Latson. I just wanted to say that, with everything that's going on, I think it's really unfortunate that there would be any reconsideration, and I think it's really a disgrace and disappointment for our state, especially based on the fact that there's so much documentation that the Holocaust existed. It's so painful to people that have lost loved ones in the Holocaust, and and based on also everything that's going on in the world today, if we had denied anything in regards to something that had devastated an entire race of people, I think most people would never reconsider someone that denied it. So thank you for letting me speak, and hope everyone has a good day. Goodbye.
My name is Lynn Weitzman, Weitzman. I'm calling in reference to BRD2. I do not think that man, if that's what he is called, should be rehired by Palm Beach County Schools. I have a grandchild in the Palm Beach County Schools, and I would never let my grandchild go to a school that he is principal of. He has no idea about the Holocaust, and he should have to go to school so he could be educated. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Inbal Shakar, and I am a student alumni from Spanish River High School. I am calling regarding the agenda item BRD2. I feel very disrespected, and I feel that you should reconsider hiring Mr. Latson as a school principal. I have had numerous encounters with him at the high school, and one of them I really think was disrespectful, and that was when I was in 10th grade and we had Holocaust survivors coming to speak with us at the school. They took off a full hour off from our classes so that we can come and listen to their stories. In the beginning, before they even spoke, Mr. Latson said that they are not allowed to speak for more than 10 minutes. They took us out of our classes for an hour to hear them speak, and he's telling us that we're only there for 10 minutes. Me and other students in the auditorium got very upset, and we told them from the audience that was disrespectful and that we're here to fully listen to their stories. They cannot disrespect speakers that they bring to the school, and especially these topics, especially about the Holocaust, which is something we do have to discuss and we do have to learn about. Also, Mr. Latson should not deny a historical fact, especially when being a school principal. These are things that he should not be doing, and that he should really be thinking about his statements before he states them. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sandra Ruby. I live in Boca Raton, Florida, and I just wanted to comment on item number BRD2. That's B as in boy, R as in red, D as in daddy, 2. On the rehiring of William Latson, the former principal who refused to acknowledge the Holocaust as a historical fact. The Holocaust is indeed an historical fact, and we do not want our children being taught untruth. This would be a denial of history, and also would be dishonorable to those many 6 million Jewish people and 11 million other people that died during the Holocaust. Again, I do not think he should be reinstated. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, my name is Beth Bates. I am a longtime resident of Palm Beach County, having lived here since 1991 and having had both of my children grow up through the Palm Beach County school system. I am completely shocked and dismayed, and I am leaving this message regarding agenda items B as in boy, R as in rabbit, D as in David, 2. I am truly upset to see that the Palm Beach County School Board had made the national news for reinstating William Latson, a principal who cannot confirm the reality of the Holocaust. I literally took classes in college just so that I would always be able to prove that the Holocaust existed, just in case there would be somebody like William Latson who denied it. Especially in a county where there are so many Jewish citizens, I think it's really important that anybody who works in our school system, especially a teacher or a principal, not only can confirm the Holocaust, but truly understands and has been educated on what happened during that horrific period of history during World War II and before. So these are my comments. I really hope that you will consider not reinstating William Latson. I think he has no place working with our children in Palm Beach County. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Eric Lustig. I'm calling in reference to item BR to D2, the reinstatement of Mr. Latson. I'm voting, or I wish you to vote against reinstating him on the basis of the fact that he's refused to acknowledge the Holocaust. Since I'm a witness to it, I feel I just want to make the board clear that it's 100%, unfortunately, an occurrence that did happen. I was born in Belgium before the war, and any relatives that remained in Belgium were exterminated. And I knew those people, and they were definitely killed during the Holocaust. Please register my vote against reinstating Mr. Latson. Thank you.
My name is Helen Brewer. I'm calling regarding the reinstatement of Principal Latson. I think this is a terrible decision by the board if they reinstate this man. It is outrageous that a principal of a major high school in Palm Beach County denied Holocaust. I am very upset with the board's decision to reinstate this man. He should be fired, and that should be the end of this matter. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Susan Seidler, S as in Sam, I-E, D as in David, L as in Lawrence, E-R as in Rachel. I'm calling with regard to agenda item BRD2, and I'm asking that you not reinstate former Principal Latson. Superintendent Fenoy righted a wrong. And reversing that will add salt to the wound, which was opened by Mr. Latson's email. Please don't reverse a sound decision. Former Principal Latton's email was written by a Palm Beach County educator. No qualified professional educator can plead ignorance. Reversing the decision will add you to the growing list of anti-Semitic Holocaust deniers, and ignorance is no excuse. And there are several sources of history, American history and world history, to verify the Holocaust. And my neighbor moved past his camp experience to raise a family and become an author. And the necessary confinement from COVID has brought up these nightmares, even though neighbors visit him outside his window every day. And he watches the news. So please don't deny history and don't deny his experience. Don't deny, belittle, and disrespect him and his experience and American and world history. Thank you for your consideration. I hope that you will do the right thing, and I will be awaiting your decision.
Hi, this is Judy Poretsky, Poretsky. I am calling to vote on PRD 2, or say my 2 cents worth. I would not like the Principal Latson restored to his job. I think that the reason he was fired was a valid one, and I do not think he should be rehired. Thank you very much for your attention. Again, it's Judy Poretsky. Bye-bye.
Good morning. My name is Adam Toft. I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2 in the matter of rehiring William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal, who is a Holocaust denier. I'm calling to state my opinion that he should not be reappointed to his former position. Anybody who is in education who takes the view that the Holocaust and any other such horrendous atrocities did not exist, for whatever reason that position is taken, do not belong in an educational capacity, let alone in a leadership capacity within education. I urge you to reconsider any potential for repositioning him in that capacity, or indeed any capacity in the Palm Beach County school system. Thank you.
This is Ralph Malrick calling in regard to an agenda item BRD2. I live in Lake Worth, Florida, and I am a survivor of the Holocaust. And I'm very concerned about rehiring William Latson, the former Spanish River school principal, who is being voted on for reinstatement. I came through a Holocaust. I lost my parents, and I was able to get away and survive, to tell my story about survival and redemption of a very dark period in Nazi Germany during 1938 through 1945. Please vote against hiring this person, because he is certainly not fit to be the principal of the Spanish River High School as a principal. Thank you so much for listening to me. Bye.
Howard Nyad of Florida. I'm calling regarding BRD2 agenda item. And I believe that Holocaust deniers should not be allowed to have publicly held positions and should not be allowed to be teachers in any capacity, that they must be, and the people who are on our board that would permit them to retain their jobs, they are also in the same category of being incompetent and or prejudiced.
Yes, forgive my voice. I have a cold. My name is Marion D.S. Dreyfus, and I'm calling about item number BRD2. Again, apologies for my voice, which is very hoarse, so sorry. I want to state that the principal should not be reinstated. He is a Holocaust denier. He is therefore unhistorical, lacks decency, I think, and is a danger to educators, I think, and certainly to children, because he misstates facts in history. So that is my comment, that in relevance to BRD2, I wish not to reinstate the chap who is a Holocaust denier. And the message that you have on the telephone is longer than any message we are allowed to leave, which is amusing to me. Anyway, thank you so much for listening. And I hope somebody who is a decent historian or a decent person, educator, is put there instead of him. Thank you very much. Again, Marion D.S. Dreyfus is my name. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Avraham Rosenthal. I just wanted to call to let you guys know that I'm absolutely opposed to reinstating William Latson as principal for Spanish River. His comments about denying the Holocaust are extremely unacceptable and very offensive to the Jewish community, and I just wanted to state that here in this message. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
My name is Rosa Keitler, and my comment regarding the Holocaust, my brother-in-law family totally was killed, and he is the only one survived because he went to the Russian army when he was 17 years old. The rest of the family was killed by Germans during the Holocaust, all 9 brothers and sisters, the mother and the father. And the oldest sister was raped by German soldiers in front of the parents. So the Holocaust was existing.
I am Bernice Schreier. I have been a resident in Palm Beach County since 1980, and I am appalled by even considering to rehire this man who is obviously an anti-Semite or someone totally unfamiliar with history. And as an educator, he certainly should know his history. There's no doubt in my mind that he is either one of either of them, or both, most likely an anti-Semite. And I cannot understand a board that would approve of rehiring him, because there is such a resurgence of anti-Semitism in the United States and in the world, and we know where that led to, and that cannot happen again. It cannot happen again. You don't kill people just because they are a different religion. I am ashamed of the board. I am totally ashamed of the board even considering doing something like this. I am not going to witness any more anti-Semitism, directly or indirectly. And when I was a resident of Wellington, it was the first time I was addressed as one of those people, I cannot accept anti-Semitism, and I want it to be nipped in the bud. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
My name is Betsy Cooper, and I am calling about BRD2. I hope, and I'm infuriated that you would rehire William Latson, and I am registering my displeasure and outrage. Thank you.
I am calling regarding the agenda for tonight of BRD2 for the board meeting. My request is that William Latson not be reinstated to the school. He is a Holocaust denier and has no right to be teaching our children. My name is Caroline Coulter, and I live in Boca Raton, Florida. Thank you.
This is Dennis Pearl. It's in reference to BRD2, William Leeson, on the principal of the Spanish River High School. It came up at a board meeting of our homeowners association. Everybody unanimously was vehemently against reinstating him. Anyone with that kind of conspiracy should not be leading our schools. We object strongly to his being reinstated, and if needed, we talked about taking some type of legal action to make sure it doesn't happen. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Roberta Strasberg. I am a physician, and I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2, the rehiring of William Latson, who was fired. He was the former Spanish River High School principal who denied the Holocaust. Denial of the Holocaust is a form of anti-Semitism and a very strong form of anti-Semitism. This is part of the international definition of Holocaust denial being a form of anti-Semitism. I firmly hope that you will not reinstate him and that Holocaust denial remains an important criteria for who will not educate our children. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Abe Rubin, and I'm calling about agenda item BRD2. I just wanted to share my extreme disappointment regarding the attempt of reinstating William Latson, the principal of Spanish River High School, who refuses to acknowledge that the Holocaust took place. I'm actually outraged by the decision and extremely disappointed. The Holocaust is something that took place and should never, ever be denied. And I very much would like to see him fired and make sure that we stand up for what is right. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm calling to, I'm not sure if it's on the agenda or not, but for the rehiring of the principal that said derogatory comments about the Holocaust. I mean, it's terrible. It's just really awful. He can't continue to tell students the wrong information about the Holocaust. He is blatantly anti-Semitic, and it's not fair. It's not fair. He should not be rehired. My name is Nancy Applebaum, and I'm calling with this very urgent appeal that he not be rehired by Palm Beach County. I mean, it's just terrible. Just awful. And I don't know if BRD2 is the name of any agenda or anything, but please reconsider and don't have him rehired in Palm Beach County or anywhere else. Thank you so much for your attention. Bye.
My name is Selma Bonchek. I have been a resident of Boca Patio Village in Boca for the past 12 years, and I was appalled to read that a Mr. William Latson refuses to acknowledge the Holocaust. I don't know how any decent person in this world could possibly say the Holocaust did not happen when I myself lost many members of my family, and other people that I have known and relate to have lost people. There must be somebody who could talk to somebody who was denying that and put some sense into their head. I hope you have a successful meeting, and thank you for listening to my comment.
My name is Marcia Sherman. I'm calling regarding agenda item B like in boy, R like in Robert, D like in dog, 2. And I want to explain that my husband was in the Second World War. He was a liberator of concentration camps. So for sure there was a Holocaust, and he saw the worst of it. And I want to say that I do not want Principal Latson to be reinstated. It was an obscene thing for him to say when everybody knows that the Holocaust took place. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. My name is Myra Gold, and I am a parent of a sophomore at Dwyer High School. We are Jewish. I am calling to say thank you for revisiting the vote on William Latson, but I do not believe that he should be reinstated with the school board, and I don't think that he should have received his back pay, period. He has violated the K through 20 Education Code, Section 1000.05. It forbids discrimination against students and employees in the public education system. In Section 7, it states that anti-Semitism is a form of discrimination and defines examples of anti-Semitism, including accusing Jews as a people or the state of Israel of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. For him to say that it is not a fact that the Holocaust happened is discriminatory against Jews. It goes against the definition of anti-Semitism. The other issue that I have is that Holocaust history is a required subject in the public schools. If he can't say that the Holocaust is fact, he is not discharging his duty as far as providing the Holocaust as a required subject in the schools. We don't teach things that are not facts. We don't teach things that are subject to people's opinions when there's evidence. There are thousands of Holocaust survivors in Palm Beach County, many living at the poverty level. There are social services agencies helping them all over South Florida. They are willing to speak at any school. They will show their tattoos. And anyone who thinks that the Holocaust never happened, Holocaust denial is a form of anti-Semitism. He did not discharge his duties as a principal or an educator. He should lose his teaching license, which I believe he already did, and he should not be allowed back in the school system and be rewarded for not doing his duty. Thank you to the board members who voted against this, Ms. Brill, Whitfield, and Board Chair Barbieri for revisiting the vote. I urge the remaining members to vote against his rehire on legal and moral grounds. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Amanda Berman. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I've never done anything like this before, but I feel very strongly about the fact that the principal, William Latson, who publicly denied the Holocaust and remains unapologetic, should have no place in our public schools or anything of the like to teach our children. I am a converted Jew who used to be a Catholic. I married into my husband's family, and his grandfather is a Holocaust survivor. His entire family was murdered, and this was very real. My two young girls are growing up learning to be wonderful to other people and also to know that tragedies have occurred in the past. I just think it's terrible that we talk about all of the other tragedies that have taken place all over the world, but to not talk about the Holocaust, especially in an area like Palm Beach County and Boca Raton that's full of Jews that contribute to the community, is just wrong. So I'm not saying William shouldn't have any job ever, but I do not think that he should be in charge of helping to bring up the children in this community. So those are my thoughts. Thank you very much for your time. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Naomi Cassavas. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD, as in David, 2. And I am kindly requesting that the board do not reinstate William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal. He is a Holocaust denier, and there is no place for him in the school system. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Henrika Doll. I'm opposing to be reinstated Mr. from the Spanish River High School. The item is B4D2. Completely, I'm against he should work anymore anywhere in the school district, because that is spreading a wrong information to the parents and the students. We are Holocaust survivors. We feel on our skin how was there, how we suffer, and somebody opposing that, somebody against this is not right and not human. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Aviva Levin, and I'm calling regarding item BRD2. Despite the fact that I'm the granddaughter of Holocaust survivors, and I feel it is my duty to ensure that the atrocities of the Holocaust never happen to any group of people again, putting all those emotions aside and thinking from a purely logical perspective, I don't quite understand how an educator who denies historical fact is in any way qualified to educate or lead. If you were to interview a new principal for the position today and they express denial of 9/11 or slavery, you wouldn't think twice about their qualifications to be a principal of the school. I don't think the situation is any different, and if this is the level that we have come to regarding the quality of our educators, then I am genuinely concerned about the education and future of our children.
I am calling regarding William Latson. Hello, my name is Zena Green. My mother, my father, my brother, my sister are survivors of the Holocaust. Their life histories are evidence, real evidence, that the Holocaust did exist. I am appalled that Principal Latson has the audacity to deny this horrible genocide, a period that started with words, fear, bullying, and progressed to genocide, is a lesson that every educator should teach our children. so they will be upstanders and guardians of every person's feelings and life. I strongly support the firing of Mr. Latson from the principal position and feel very strongly that he should not be part of our education system at all.
My name is Marcia Glansman. I'm calling in reference to agenda item BRD2. I think it is shameful that a principal would be a Holocaust denier in today's time. We need someone with tolerance and who understands history and recognizes that hatred is no good. And to have a principal who's a Holocaust denier is an absolute disgrace to everybody. I hope that you consider this and take this very seriously, because it is really a terrible thing. We don't want anything like that ever to happen again. Thank you.
I am calling with regard to item number BRD2. I don't need 3 minutes to simply state that this gentleman does not belong anywhere near education. He obviously has a vulgar opinion, and I can't begin to understand how, with all that has happened through history, he can continue to deliver these messages in an educational setting. I am appalled by this, and I think that he should definitely not be rehired. My tax dollars should never, ever, ever support this kind of vulgarity. My name is Sandra Logson, and I live in Palm Beach County. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Akiva Daum, and I'm calling from the state of Florida. I'm calling in regard to agenda item BRD2. I'm calling to express that I do not think that it is acceptable for any principal to be a principal of a school who is a Holocaust denier. I am very concerned that this sets up a dangerous precedent and provides dangerous misinformation to students at the most vulnerable of levels. I do not think that Spanish River High School principal William Latson should be allowed to be the principal of a school and be a Holocaust denier and provide that information, or misinformation rather, to children. I do not think that it is acceptable that he be reinstated as principal. I think that that should not be voted as a positive. I think that he should not be allowed to be principal of a school or anywhere around teaching children if he refuses to teach them accurate information. I feel that we are very mindful of what we teach our children, and to provide them with any complete misinformation is not only a disservice to those that have passed, but also those who we teach and that new generation that we are trying to bring up. I think it is important that information provided be fact-based and the evidence supports in all directions that the Holocaust was not only a travesty, but something that must be taught so that future generations can learn. So again, in regards to agenda item BRD2, the vote whether or not to reinstate Spanish River High School principal William Latson, I believe that he should not be the principal. I believe he should not be allowed to educate children. He refused to acknowledge that the Holocaust happened, and this is a dangerous thing to teach to students or anyone. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Aviva Reich. I'm a Boca Raton resident. I actually live in the Spanish River School District. I have many children that have attended in our area, the Spanish River High School, and it is a wonderful, wonderful school. William Laston was on the ballot, BRD2, to be reinstated as the principal of Spanish River High School. It is actually inconceivable to me that a gentleman in this day and age would not understand the historical, factual nature of the Holocaust, considering that I have lost numerous relatives, great-grandparents, aunts, uncles, great-aunts and uncles, the torture that they had received at the hands of the Nazis. My father was put in a ghetto. My grandmother was taken away on a train and was fortunate enough to escape. My aunt was put in a ghetto. My grandfather was put in forced labor, and he was one of the sole survivors that actually survived at the end. I think that time spent, William Laston, his time would be better spent heading to Washington and go to the Holocaust Memorial Museum, get educated on the Holocaust and the history of not only the Jews that perished, the homosexuals, the gypsies. It was just the most hideous, horrendous part of our history that no one can ever say, I'm not at liberty to say it was not factual. I think that at this point, he's not really equipped to be an educator, a principal, educating our students. I'm sure that he would be better served educating himself and waiting till another time where he sufficiently understands the severity of what he's actually saying, not just giving us lip service that maybe he understands it now and he was wrong, which I haven't actually heard. So please consider not reinstating him in Spanish River, in a high school that the majority of people actually have either living relatives that survived the Holocaust or have perished at the hands of the Nazis during the Holocaust. This is not up for debate. The Holocaust happened, and we have all suffered because of it. And we do not want someone such as William Laston in a position to educate falsities, negativities, or anything that will possibly even give a shadow of an option that the Holocaust never happened. That is unacceptable. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Lee Cohen. I was a teacher for 30 years, and during those 30 years, I spent extensive time fostering peace and justice, and that, of course, included teaching about the Holocaust, and it does truly exist. My comment would be regarding I do not have the agenda item, but this is regarding the rehiring the principal of Spanish River. I'm sure he's an excellent administrator, but I'm wondering if he would like for us to teach that slavery did not exist in America. The two are really almost synonymous. Thank you so much for entertaining our comments. Thank you.
My name is Robin Stewart. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I would like William Laston, the principal for Spanish River High School, fired, not to retain his position. Thank you. Bye.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Jonas, and I'm from Boca Raton, Florida, and I'm calling with regard to agenda item Board 2. Under no circumstances should William Laston be reinstated in any capacity. The occurrence of the Holocaust and the millions and millions of innocent victims who perished in the Holocaust is not up for debate. This is an undisputed fact of history, and any person who cannot freely admit as much in email, in speeches, in person, at any point, has no place in education and certainly not in the role of principal. In this time of divisiveness, we ask the board to please show solidarity with the communities who are victims of the Holocaust and send the right message that such anti-Semitic and bigoted views will not be tolerated and certainly will not be given a public platform of power. Please vote no on agenda item BRD2 and do not reinstate William Latson. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Adina Shayowitz, and I live in Palm Beach County. I'm calling regarding agenda item number BRD2 regarding reinstating William Latson to Spanish River High School. I'm urging you to vote no on this agenda. My grandmother is a Holocaust survivor. She's 97 years old, and she lives in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I grew up with her since I was a baby, and she's told me all her stories as I grew up about her family before the war, during the Holocaust, and how they suffered and perished. It's a disgrace to our community and to education to have a principal like Mr. Latson who is publicly denouncing the Holocaust as something that never happened. I would appreciate if you vote no on this topic and find a more suitable candidate who respects all religions and all parts of history, regardless of how hard they are to hear. Thank you.
This is Nahama Kassar from Miami, Florida, regarding William Latson, that he should absolutely not be allowed to be part of any kind of teaching position or administration. Anyone who has any feelings about that the Holocaust did not exist or doesn't know all the facts and cannot teach this accurately, absolutely should not be allowed to be in front of students or administration in any capacity at all. It's an insult to all the people that were killed in the Holocaust and have relatives, as I do. Appreciate your understanding of this, and this needs to be. He should not be allowed to teach at all, or be in the administration, any administrative capacity, or in the school system at all. Thank you.
My name is Sheila Brecker. I'm calling about agenda BRD2, William Latson, the Spanish River High School principal. I understand he's a Holocaust denier. My parents were in the Holocaust, and I grew up in a home where there was a lot of love, but also a lot of sadness because they lost all their family. And I just want you to know that I don't think a principal should be teaching and have a position in a school where he is downgrading something that actually happened. I think he needs to go back and listen to his and read some of his history books and understand that the Holocaust was real. I know of many, many people that did survive, and I know of many, many people that didn't survive. And I just want to go on record and say that I don't think he should be in this position teaching children and being a mentor for these children because he doesn't know what he's talking about. He needs to go back to school and maybe learn some lessons himself. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
This is Rosalind Hamada. I live in Boca Raton, Florida. I'm calling regarding agenda number BRD2. I'm absolutely against William Latson being reinstalled. Some of my closest friends were born in camps in the Holocaust. It absolutely did exist. How dare he?
My name is Susan Rosen. I'm calling from the state of Florida. in reference to item BRD2. This is about teacher Latson. He should not be reinstated. That's become very obvious. And I don't know why this has come up again, but please don't reinstate him. Thank you.
Yes, this is Brenda Kramer from Florida. Please vote no for reinstating William Latson. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey P. Hilowitz. It's Dr. Jeffrey P. Hilowitz. I'm talking about the reference of the agenda BRD2. There's a meeting today in reference to William Latson. I have a very deep concern about a principal that's trying to be reinstated that doesn't believe that the Holocaust or doesn't acknowledge the Holocaust did happen. My personal experience is that my father was hung in a concentration camp in Plaszow when he was 1942, 17 years old. After the hanging, which he survived, he was shot twice by a Nazi guard there. And my mom was also shot in the eyebrow on the first day of the war, September 1st, 1939. It's unbelievable that you would have a principal that doesn't acknowledge the Holocaust, where over 6 million people died, over 6 million Jews, over 10 million people. This is outrageous. Somebody to actually have somebody on the board like that. I think he should really go back to school, and I think he should get to learn more about what really happened. It's a disgrace. I'm personally very, very upset about this. So hopefully you vote not to reinstate him, and maybe he should go visit like one of the concentration camps to learn more about what really happened. Again, this is Dr. Jeffrey P. Hilowitz. Have a good day. Bye.
This is Nina Sachs calling to voice my concerns and objections to the rehiring of the principal at Boca Raton, Principal Latson. Please, it's regarding agenda item BRD2. I am noting my objection to the rehiring of the principal in regard to the Holocaust controversy. Please note my objection. Again, the name is Nina Sachs.
Hi, my name is Ellen Aronovitz from Boynton Beach, a neighbor of Boca. This is about the rehiring of William Latson, a Holocaust denier, and I think it is outrageous that you would even consider putting him anywhere near children. The Holocaust happened. My in-laws were Holocaust survivors. My father-in-law lost every single member of his family, grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, parents, and everyone in his family. My mother-in-law lost most of her siblings, her parents, her grandparents, cousins, aunts, uncles. My father-in-law was 67 pounds when he was liberated from Dachau. That was the 5th camp he was in. He had no one left. He was starved, beaten, bullied, worked to death. And you will allow a man to come in and poison the minds of innocent children. I'm a retired New York City teacher. I taught my 1st and 2nd grade teachers about the children about the Holocaust, so that we can make sure that never happens again. You are not to, I don't care if he sues you, you sue him back. He should not be allowed anywhere in a school. The Holocaust happened. Over 6 million Jews died, and we have to make sure that our children are taught that it should never happen again. And I hope you will make that clear to him, that he is not allowed to be near children. Thank you.